私が幸せじゃなかったら、満たされてなかったら、こんな物語は書けないよ。なのに、忘れてごめんね。
神様の声、空気力学、ギリギリの場所に立ち見上げる世界で生まれた言葉、空を埋め尽くすよ。さあ吐き出せ、世界を作り直すんだ。空の青、水に変わり溺れる人々。光を求めてたどり着く先に、今もかけらのように揺れる。可能性求めあまた繰り返し、だけど信じているから、ずっとこの先もそれは蛍のように儚くても切なくても輝き続けたい。好きだけどまだ言えないの、わがままな恋心、目の前の運命の螺旋越えて、それでもすぐ飛び込んで抱きしめて、時の数だけいつまでも。桜舞う夜にもう一度夢を見よう。現実を脱ぎ捨てはやりなの遥かな風のささやき、耳を澄ませばソフトウェア。Amatsutsumi.
All right, welcome back, and let's get started with today's read-through. We already started Mana's route. Some people rush out of the classroom as soon as the bell rings, while others simply melt into their desks. I don't know why I felt that just now. Anyway, some people eat lunch leisurely as a group while chatting, while others scarf down their lunch and spend the rest of their break reading. It's fun just to sit and watch them, but if I do that the whole time, I won't have time for my own break. After a while, I decide to go over and eat lunch with Koichi.
お兄ちゃん、
As I stand up from my desk, Mana calls to me. I just realized he doesn't hang. It's not regular for him to hang out with like Hotaru and Kokoro. Well, maybe it's yeah, you know, I guess that's much more normal, I guess. But when Mana is there, like straight up, he just doesn't hang out with her.
ね、今日は二人だけでお昼にしない？
And also Kyoko. Kyoko is also in the classroom by the way. Kyoko is also his friend. So without Koichi, she means, was there something you wanted to talk to me about in private?
特にそういうわけでもないけれど、気分ではダメ？
She looks at my face, gauging my reaction. Sure, I don't mind at all. But I should at least let Koichi know first. I walk over to Koichi. Owari, Koichi. It turns out I can't eat lunch with you today.
あ、そうか。わかった。
Sorry about that. Well, that went surprisingly smoothly.
何か用事でも
Sort of. I'm going to be eating lunch alone with Mana. What do you mean lunch alone? With Mana? What the hell does that mean? Koichi glances in Mana's direction.
二人でね。マナちゃんの方から誘ってきたのか
Yeah, apparently just felt like it today. Even back in the village, Mana always had a gregarious side. I don't mean that she yanked people around for the sake of it. It's more that she lived according to her whims. That was just her style.
なるほど。ま、たまには家族サービスも大事だろ。
He stands up and clasps me on the shoulder.
じゃあな。今日は他のやつに声かけてみるよ。
Okay. He waves goodbye and leaves, so return to where Mana is waiting.
話はついたみたいね。
Yes, let's go then. Where do you want to eat?
そうね。せっかくだからなるべく人が少ないところがいいわ。
Maybe the courtyard? Oh wait, Mana, should we stop by the cafeteria to get you some food first? I won't be making her bento until tomorrow. I don't mind sharing mine, but that'll probably just leave us both hungry.
ああ、それならそろそろ。
She indicates the direction of her desk. Wait, my brain. Several students returning to the classroom stop by her desk to drop off pan, onigiri, and other food, like they're making offerings. By their own will? Question mark? You know, obviously not. Did you order them to do that? Would she really use her kotanao for such a petty reason? But she shakes her head.
いいえ、頼んだわけでもないのに、最近向こうから勝手に持ってきてくれるのよ。この間、購買は好きなものがすぐ売り切れてしまうのよねってちょっとつぶやいただけなの。
I see. So looking more closely, the pile of offerings does seem to only contain only the most popular items, especially the one Mana likes. Wait. Are they dudes? Wait, is the text missing some text? What? Anyway. Sumari, these students have been voluntarily acting as Mana's acquisition agents. No, she's not even paying them. So it really is like her desk is an altar and they're leaving offerings for her on it. I guess this just proves beyond a doubt how popular she is. It's an odd phenomenon, but since she's not using her kotodama on them, I had no reason to stop her.
さあ、行きましょう。
She grabs a few onigiri and buns from the pile, then links arms with me as we leave the classroom. Bruh. We come out into the courtyard and find an empty bench to sit on. Barely anyone else is around. And there's a group of 3 students sitting on a bench, pretty far away, and no one else. It's a beautiful but very hot day outside, so most students must be eating indoors.
よかった。空いてるわ。
Well, it is very hot today.
私にはちょうどいいくらいよ。
She speaks coolly as she unwraps one of her buns. I mean, that felt like a weird pun just now. She's not joking. Because of the snow kotodama, she always feels cold. So apparently she's more comfortable in hot weather. Since she started eating, I open my bento and start eating my own lunch.
ねえ、授業ってずっとこういう感じなのよね。
Halfway through her bun, she takes a breather. Like this? What do you mean? I put down my chopsticks and turn to face her.
朝から教室にこもって午後まで永遠教師の話を聞かされる。
Oh, they're finally having this discussion. Yeah, pretty much, I think. Combining what I've heard from Kokoro, Hotaru, and various others, it really does seem like school is fundamentally supposed to be like this. And there are sometimes events other than these classes, but they're not very frequent apparently.
しかも3年も通うんでしょ。毎日毎日同じようなことの繰り返しでみんな飽きないのかしら。
From her line of questioning, I gather she must be getting bored herself. 3 years? And that's just high school. In Japan, you had to go to school for at least 9 years, and most people do even more, I heard.
9年？信じられないわ。
Her jaw drops.
一律な勉強ってそんなに必要なものかしら。
I don't know, but a lot of people must think it's necessary. Otherwise, it wouldn't have become this way. The look on her face says do not compute as she takes another bite of her bun.
それはまあ最低限の知識、簡単な計算や表現を学ぶ必要は私だってあると思うわ。でもあんなわけのわからない数式や外国語なんて生活の中で役立つことなんてほとんどないでしょ。
I don't really disagree with what she's saying. If all you want to do is live your life, then most of the stuff we learn in class is probably unnecessary for you. And I'm sure plenty of people share Mana's opinion. I've even heard several people in our class complain about exactly the same thing. That's true. They're probably right, but I don't think it's totally meaningless. Probably the real value of studying lies in the act of studying itself. I think carefully as I speak.
学ぶことに価値。ねえ。
Just so you know, a lot of people don't actually know how to actually study. Anyway, also I think it might be a way of preparing for different possibilities.
可能性への備え？
She looks at me uncomprehendingly. Yes, you're right. That a lot of things we learn don't seem likely to be useful. But the reason we think so might just be that we're too inexperienced to know what will really be useful. Plus,
それに
she gestures for me to continue. If you look at it from their perspective, it starts to make more sense, I think.
教える側って教師の？
Yeah, every student will walk a different path in life. So the most efficient thing for the student is to have a tailor-made curriculum just for them.
それはそうね。あ、でもそういうわけにはいかないから。
She understands what I'm getting at. Right. Many students have to be taught at the same time, so they end up having to learn bits and pieces from very many different fields. But also, by sampling from very many different fields, the student gets a chance to find what direction they want to go in.
なるほどね。納得がいったわ。
She nods appreciatively at my explanation, then takes another big bite of her bun. I take another few bites of my own lunch too. It's not as good as when it was fresh this morning, but it's still not bad if I do say so myself. I wonder if Kokoro's enjoying it too.
ねえ、お兄ちゃん？
You know what? I know I already mentioned this before, but I really do think her calling him Oni-chan will be really important. Like, they're already alone. It's just the two of them. She doesn't need to even call him Oni-chan. So I really think there's something going on that she's specifically calling him Oni-chan. Like, at the beginning when we first heard her say Oni-chan, the way my brain interpreted it is because she knows that he was living with the Uribe family, and she was probably spying over like him and Kokoro and all that sort of. But apparently, it's not the case. So I think there is a specific reason for this. Maybe. Mana suddenly looks very cat-like. When she gets like this, she's always up to something. Nani?
はい。
She brings a freshly opened bun to my mouth. You're going to give it to me? She smiles and nods yes.
購買のパンはあまり食べたことないんでしょ。たまには 味見するのもいいかと思って。
That's a good idea. Alright, I'll take you up on that offer. Arigato. I reach to take the bun from her hand, but she frowns at me.
そうじゃなくて、このままかじって。私の手から。
But that seems kind of hard to coordinate.
いいから。
If that's what she wants, well, I suppose I had no reason to refuse. As requested, I take a bite of the bun poised in front of my mouth. The outer surface is crispy, but the inside is moist. The spicy taste of the filling spreads through my mouth. I think this is a karipan. Oishii.
ずいぶん大きな一口ね。
Gomen. Should I have taken a smaller one?
全部食べてもらっても構わないけど。そうね。
She laughs
せっか
gleefully.
くだから。
She laughs gleefully as she hands me another wrapped bun.
今度はお兄ちゃんが私に食べさせてちょうだい。
I see. Correct. I hold out the bun in front of her mouth, but she pouts at me again. What is she unhappy about?
そうじゃなくて、さっきの私と同じようにやってほしいの。
Okay. Like, she did? Does she mean the part where she said, So you notice that the 3 students in the other bench keep glancing in our direction.
どうしたの？早くお願い。
I'm a little concerned about those glances, but oh well. It's not like we're doing anything obviously sexual. Like when Mana was hugging me this morning. Here, kore. Say, Smiling happily, she opens her mouth and takes a bite of the bun. A girlish smile spills across her face. I haven't seen this kind of smile on her face for a long time. Are you happy now? What is
なん
she?
だかいつものカレーパンより美味しいような気がするわ。
Still smiling, she reaches up to touch my jaw with one hand. Mana?
じっとして。口の端が汚れてる。
Her fingers slide sensually across my lips as she picks up a bit of kare from the bun.
これで綺麗になったわ。
She puts the finger in her mouth and slowly licks it clean. Arigato. This morning's hug must still be on my mind because Mana's every motion is making my heart skip a beat. I don't even think she's especially trying to be seductive or teasing. It's probably just the nature of our relationship. If she wants to do something, she'll tell me. If she doesn't want to do something, she'll tell me that too. If she wants me to do something, she'll tell me to do it. That's how Mana always treated me, and conversely how I treated her too. Sometimes we dabble with the usual shallow romantic back and forth, but we're connected to each other at our roots because we share the same nature. We're Kotodama users with divine blood running through our veins. How do you define yourself at the deepest level, and as what? As what people call your identity. Beyond simply being a man and a woman, above all, our nature as Kotodama users is what we always return to. Of course, for my part, that aspect of my identity has begun to fade a little recently.
明日のお昼も楽しみね。お兄ちゃんのお弁当。
She looks over at what I'm eating as she pops the rest of her bun in her mouth. Oh, soyeba. The mention of cooking reminds me of the errand I'm supposed to run today.
何？
Our refrigerator's almost empty at home, so I'm going shopping on the way home today. What we buy will affect what I can make for tomorrow too. Before I can ask whether she wants to come with me, she nods.
ああ、それなら私も一緒に行くわ。行きたいところがあるの。
Where's that? I'm curious what kind of place Mana would specifically want to visit. outside our village.
本を売っている店があったでしょ。そこで漫画を買いたいの。
Fucking weeb. Anyway, I was aware that thanks to Kokoro, she was getting more and more interested in manga recently. But I'm surprised she gotten so hooked that she'd go out of her way to actually buy more.
心に聞いたら、借りた漫画の続きが出ているみたいだから。
I see. What with the manga? The cafeteria buns? Etc. Matter really does have an interest in the outside world after all. Okay, let's go there, then. We'll meet up after school. Kokoro will be coming too. She nods and reaches for an onigiri. As we wait for Kokoro at the front gates, we watch a steady stream of students heading home.
もしかして、今夜の夕食もお兄ちゃんが作るつもりなの？
Damn, I'm starting to get hungry myself right now. Well, I'll eat dinner in 30 minutes, and then we're gonna continue. Mana peers over my shoulder as I read through the shopping list Azuki-san gave me. Yes, I am. I want to reduce Okasa's burden as much as possible.
ふーん。
Have any requests? This shopping list just contained broad suggestions for things we might want to have handy, and ingredients for a specific dish. It's up to me to decide how to put these ingredients together. And there are many recipes I'd like to try out. But in fact, there are so many options that I can't decide on one.
お兄ちゃんが作るものなら、何でも構わないわよ。
No, I mean, I'm happy you feel that way, but that doesn't help me decide. If you had to pick something, what would you pick? I asked her again. She strokes her chin as she thinks.
そうね。それなら、肉がいいわ。
Niku. Ah. That's a pretty vague answer, but at least it gives me somewhere to start. Everyone likes Niku. And considering how hot it is these days, it'll be good to eat something hearty. It's not a bad idea. I'll take it.
ごめんね。遅くなって。
Kokoro runs up to us from the direction of the school building. That took a while. Did something happen?
掃除当番の場所が体育館だったから、時間かかっちゃって。
She bends over with her hands on her knees, catching her breath.
お疲れ様ね。ありがとう。で、もしかしてマナちゃんも一緒にお買い物行くの？
Yeah. She wanted to stop at the bookstore on the way.
もしかして、あれの続きを買うつもり？
She giggles and looks at Mana.
ご明察。
Mana smiles back at her in return.
じゃあ私がお金出すね。いいわよ。私が読みたいんだから。読み終えたら、そのまま心にあげるわ。いいの？ありがとう、マナちゃん。お礼を言うのはこちらの方よ。勧めてくれてありがとう。思っていたよりもずっと面白くて、いい時間つぶしになっているわ。そう言ってもらえると嬉しいね。
Kokoro smiles shyly at the praise.
ホタルには私のおすすめは現実味が薄すぎていまいちとか言われちゃうから。確かに自分でもちょっと夢見すぎかなって自覚はあるんだけど。あら、むしろそこがいいのに。マナちゃん、分かってくれる？ええ、どうせ作り物の世界なのだから、少しくらい高等無形なものの方が私は好きよ。そうなの。
Apparently, Kokoro and Mana share a similar taste in manga. They're grinning at each other, holding hands. I feel slightly left out, but I should be happy that the two of them are getting along so well. Tokoro de Kokoro.
なに兄さん。
It's about what we're having for dinner tonight. Mana says she wants Niku.
いいね、お肉。私も賛成。
But there are a lot of different kinds of Niku dishes. Do you prefer any one in particular?
ハンバーグ。
Ooh, hamburger. She answers instantly, with a smile as brilliant as the cloudless blue sky. Maybe I should get a burger for tonight. No, I'm thinking of Turkish doner kebab. Maybe I should get a burger. I don't know. Anyway, I end up spending even more time in the bookstore than Mana does. And there are so many interesting looking hon, and I keep moving from one to the other, trying to decide what to buy. In the end, though, I just buy a couple of magazines. I could come back some other time. Mana found the manga she was looking for and is humming happily to herself. Apparently, she brought several more that Kokoro recommended to her on the spot.
ちょっと調子に乗って買いすぎたかな。本って重いよね。
Both of Kokoro's hands are occupied with heavy-looking bags.
いいじゃない別に。せっかく完結しているのだから、まとめて買った方が何度も通うより効率的よ。それに、いいところで続きが気になって夜も眠れないなんて嫌だもの。
I think if she did have the next volume, she still wouldn't be able to sleep because she'd stay up to read it. I like manga too, but I didn't realize Mana would get so obsessed with them. Wow.
うん。でもね、連載を追いかけて読むのも、それはそれでドキドキするんだよ。どんなに先が知りたくても、絶対に待たなくちゃいけない。そのじれったさが切なくて。少女漫画がじれったいのは内容だけで十分だわ。そこは一致しなかったか。残念。
Mana shrugs and Kokoro laughs. She said zannen, but she doesn't seem sad at all. No. I probably should have asked this a long time ago, but what is shoujo manga exactly? I've been wondering for a while, and since they brought it up, I decided to ask. Of course, I know that there are many different genres of manga. By the name, shoujo manga must have something to do with girls, but I can't quite imagine what exactly that means. Oh, wait a second. For some reason, I just had like a fucking deja vu moment. Because the other day I was thinking about like things like seinen and the women equivalent of that. I forget what you call it. And I remember seeing the scene from somewhere. It's so weird. Anyway.
改まってそう言われると結構答えるのが難しい気もするけど、女の子の読者に向けて書かれた漫画ってことでいいのかな。
She comes up with a basic definition after a little thought. That doesn't mean that only girls are allowed to read it though, right?
もちろん誰が読んでもいいけど、想定している対象は女の子ですよっていうだけ。年配の人とか男の人でも少女漫画好きって世の中結構いるみたいだし。
I see. Then that means I'm allowed to read it too. Once Mana's obsession dies down a little, maybe I'll borrow some from her to see what it's like. What kind of things is it about specifically?
それも難しい。
She squishes her eyebrows together as she thinks it over.
最近は本当にいろいろなものがあるから。でもやっぱり恋愛ものが一番多いと思うよ。私に勧めてくれたのも恋物語ばかりよね。
Mana looks happily into her bag. The manga she just brought must be a romance as well.
好きだから。
Love stories, huh? Then the plots must be pretty universal. There have been stories about love between men and women since time immemorial.
そうね。でもなんていうのかしら。気持ちの揺れや動きをすごく丁寧に描いているのよ。だから自分とは違うタイプの登場人物でも、あ、そう思ってしまうわよねと理解して共感できたり。そうそう、少女漫画は気持ちの機微を大切にするよね。少年漫画はどっちかっていうとやっぱりアクションっていうかやってることの見栄えを重視するけど。
Subtlety versus flashiness. Naruhodo. I sort of get why those two genres would be aimed at girls and boys, respectively. Shoujo manga seems pretty interesting. I might be able to learn a lot from it. It could help me learn more about how all different kinds of people think and feel.
そうね。読んだらお兄ちゃんも少しは女心をわかるようになるかもしれないわね。
Wait, I suddenly remembered there was this particular manga. I think it's the spy family guy. Or was it someone else? Anyway, his editor told him to read fucking shoujo manga. And then no, maybe it's another mangaka. I can't remember which one. But there was this no. It's the Dan guy. Yeah. I think it's the Dan guy. Yeah. One of those guys. His editor told him to read shoujo manga before he starts writing his next title. He is best known for some shonen stuff. And he ended up making something way better than usual. Anyway.
確かに。
The two of them look at each other and laugh.
でもあんまり詳しくなりすぎてもちょっと困るかな。ねえ、お兄ちゃんは結局何を買ったの？
Mana turns the conversation in my direction.
私も気になる。ずいぶんうろうろして悩んでたよね。
Kokoro looks at my bag with interest. I pick out 2 magazines.
そうなの？
Base. Now that's base. There were a lot of photographs in them. I think they're called Garav.
まさかエッチな本？
I don't think there were many people in them though. Mite. Realizing it would be faster to show them, I take one of the magazines out of my bag and give it to Kokoro.
なんだ、ただの旅行雑誌じゃない。
I thought it was gonna be a gag. She breathes a small sigh of relief. There are a lot of wait. Maybe the joke maybe it's a pun joke, like he mispronounced it and so that this is the anyway. There are a lot of beautiful landscapes in there I've never seen before. I thought it was nice.
面白そうね。もう一冊は？
It's this.
あ、美味しそうなハンバーグ。
God damn it. I got a burger for dinner. Before she's even opened it, her eyes start sparkling like a little kid's.
料理の本ね。
I bought this one for almost the same reason. There are a lot of oishi looking foods in there I've never seen before. And there's even instructions on how to make them. So I'm sure this magazine will come in handy a lot in the future.
お夕飯の時間が今から楽しみ。期待しているわ、お兄ちゃん。
I'll try my best. Gambare. Gambata? Gambare? You're right. They seem to really trust my cooking, so I don't want to disappoint them. And anyway, I always enjoy improving my cooking skills. I don't need to be told twice.
いつもありがとう。またよろしくお願いします。
Kokoro bows and thanks to the butcher as she's handed a package of
大し
niku.
たものね。
Mara looks at the scene with approval. Nande? Doshite? Because the butcher gave her twice as much as meat as she paid for. And that was on top of a steep discount to begin with. It tells me she's got a really good relationship with this butcher, but
またいっぱいおまけしてもらっちゃった。
the niku isn't the only thing Kokoro is carrying. She also has another bag stuffed with jasai. Before we came to the butcher, we got the same treatment at the grocer. In fact, it was more like the butcher was trying to one-up the discount the grocer gave her.
この手の買い物は心に頼むのが良さそうね。
Yeah, I could never do that. You're amazing, Kokoro.
そうかな。みんな親切だから通っていればサービスしてくれると思うよ。
She laughs it off as if it's nothing. But I think she has something special that makes shopkeepers want to do her favors. She's not even using a kotodama. What a feat. She just has a good personality and aura, man. Like, I really do feel...
またずいぶん派手におまけしてもらったのね。
I really do feel like Kokoro's... Like, If there was a real like Kokoro, I'd really like to hang out with her. Anyway, Azuki-san pokes her head as I'm making dinner. Mana and Kokoro were carrying a lot of bags, so they're tired and are resting up on the second floor. The Kiseten is closed now, so naturally there aren't any customers around either. It's not like Kokoro went out of her way to ask for a discount, though. It was more like they were forcing it on her.
いつもそうなのよ。
She looks at the piles of different yasai and niku and smiles really.
でもさすがにここまで大量だとうちに来てくれた時はお礼に飲み物くらいサービスしなくちゃ。
Yes, that might be good. When someone does you a favor, you can repay them with a different kind of favor. It's kind of nice when things build chains like that. ところで, I got everything under control here, so you don't have to watch. You could just hang out in your room and wait until it's ready.
わかった。そうさせてもらうわ。何度でも言っちゃうけど、高校息子を持って本当に幸せよ。ありがとう。
She smiles happily, then walks back to her room with a spring in her step. I guess that means she's feeling healthy. I'm glad. Sateto. I need to make 4 dinners. Time to roll up my sleeves. Oh, Mana's gonna be watching? Or so I thought, but now Mana's here. Maybe she wants something to drink. What's up? Already finished reading your manga? No, there's no way you can read it that fast. She seems to have become fairly fast at reading, but still, and there were way too many books in those bags for her to already be done with them.
ええ、漫画は後で読むわ。それより、お兄ちゃんと一緒にいたい気分なの。
She looks over the piles of ingredients on the table in front of me.
改めて見ると、すごい量ね。
We'll have plenty to eat for a while. I plan to preserve some of them, since we can't finish it all very soon. The book I just bought talked about that a little bit. If you preserve some foods in certain ways, it's also more convenient to cook them later, apparently. You can help me if you like.
私？
She looks at me, a little surprised. She seems not to have expected me to make such an offer. Yeah, you said you want to hang out with me, but I thought you might be bored just standing there and watching.
そうね。たまにはいいかしら。
She accessed more easily than I thought she would. Soon she's standing next to me.
でも、料理なんてずいぶん久しぶり。足を引っ張らないといいけど。
I don't think there's too much to worry. Back in the village, she did used to cook a fair amount. Of course, the kinds of tools and seasonings people use here are a world apart from what we use in Sato. Still, basic things like washing and cutting vegetables are mostly the same everywhere, I'm sure.
何をすればいいのか教えて。
Okay, can you get started on the carrots and potatoes? I'm going to use them as garnish for the hamburger steak.
わかったわ。
She seems to be in a good mood as she reaches toward the mountain of yasai.
洗って、皮を剥いて、食べやすい大きさに切ればいいのよね。
Right, I'll leave it to you. She giggles to herself as she rolls up her sleeves. Nani?
楽しいわね。あ、なんだか昔のおままごとを思い出すわ。
Mana and I and Nozomi used to play together a lot when we were young. Since we were 2 girls and 1 boy, we naturally ended up playing girlish games more often. But this time we're not playing, so we had to make sure the end result is edible.
わかっているわよ。自分で食べるんだから。
She pouts a little, but obediently starts to carefully wash the vegetables. With Mana's help, making dinner didn't take as long as I thought it would. So we had plenty of time to enjoy our dinner as a family. The centerpiece, the hamburger steak, was well received. Kokoro even requests we have it for lunch tomorrow, and Mana agreed. Well, I made a lot and froze the leftovers, so it should be easy to recook it tomorrow morning. It'll be faster than making something from scratch too. The dishwashing and cleanup is all done, so I sit down on the couch to rest. Mana's still in the bath. So in the meantime, I decide to read the magazines I'm on. I already looked through the cooking one a fair bit, so I pick up the travel one.
お風呂出たわよ。
After I flip through the pages for a while, Mana comes out of the bathroom steaming. Oh, already? Yeah. Kokoro and Mana have already had their baths, so I'm the only one left. Since nobody's waiting for me, I guess I'm not in any rush. I want to keep reading the magazine for now.
例の雑誌ね。面白い？
Yes, I think it's especially interesting for us. I moved the magazine so that she can see it more easily. Sitting next to me, she slowly flips through the pages. The pleasant smell of her shampoo tickles my nose. Okay, I remember this guy. The moment he smells like the woman's scent, this guy just gets there. It just gets hard. All right, let's see how this works out. Her skin and the tips of her hair are damp and very alluring. This is sexiness you can smell.
ため息が出そうな美しさね。とても同じ世界とは思えないわ。
Each and every one of the photos in the travel magazine are stunningly beautiful. In the village, the word travel and tourism meant practically nothing to me. Now knowing that there's so much beauty in the world makes me all the more impressed with it.
あら、この写真ちょっと似ていると思わない？
You're right. The photo captioned Mother Nature's Beauty, a remote mountain hot spring resort. And indeed, the scenery reminds me of our village. Apparently, it's a very popular vacation spot, and the article highly recommends it. Oh man, I want to go back to an onsen. It feels great.
私たちの里もこういう雑誌に載せたら人が行きたいと思うような場所なのかしら。
They might. There's no denying that our village has the beauty of nature on display. Though I wouldn't recommend growing up there. It's too cramped.
ねえ、見て、すごいわ。
Mana suddenly stops on a particular page and her face turns serious. Nani? Ah, this is a massive bat. Looking at the page she has opened, I see it's about a hotel known for its large bat house. It's gigantic and looks as big as a small lake. I've never seen a bat this huge. You can swim in it.
そっちじゃなくて、その下。
Huh? As directed, I move my eyes down the page. Ah, it's quite a feast. The picture shows a room just as big as the bat, with multiple tables covered in all different kinds of food.
バイキング形式で食べ放題と書いてあるわ。
Oh man, it's been a while since I went to an all-you-can-eat. Anyway, all-you-can-eat? Does that mean you can eat as much as you like of all these food? I really don't understand how the word Viking gets associated with buffet in Japan, but it's the term. Anyway.
そうみたい。
At a glance, there must be at least a few hundred different dishes in the picture. It looks like it would be a lot of fun to sample so many different kinds of food in one place, and it would teach me a lot about cooking. But I think my stomach would explode before I could eat all of that.
ケーキやドーナツ、甘いものもいろいろあるみたい。
It's just sticky. It's just like, man, I have to get more drawn to the pictures of food than to grand vistas. Yeah, they have everything covered.
夢のようなもてなしだわ。
As she leans forward to see the pictures better, her yukata shifts around her shoulders, and the neck deepens. Her firm, pale cleavage peeks out at me. I'm eating good. I've slept with Mana more times than I can count. That means I've seen her naked countless times too. So simply seeing her cleavage doesn't make my heart skip or anything. But I still can't help staring at it.
スイーツは専属の一流パティシエが手作りしており、だって。パティシエって何かしら？外国人の料理人の名前？
If I remember correctly, I look back at the magazine and try to recollect. It's a foreign word, which means a craftsman of sweets, I think. I think it might have been in the cover of one of the books I saw in the bookstore earlier. But that book was pretty expensive, so I didn't buy it.
そう。つまり、一流のお菓子職人が作っているわけね。
Do you want to go to this hotel? If you ever get the opportunity?
行けるものならね。近くにあるのかしら。
I see the address is written in the corner of the page. It says Hokkaido. That's the northernmost part of Japan. That's pretty far. I'm now trying to get an. And now I'm curious where they are right now. I mean, they're supposed to be in some backwater location, you know. Anyway, by the way, Hokkaido is really nice. Go visit. It's a really beautiful place. I want to go back. Anyway.
残念だわ。この町にこういうところがあったらよかったのに。
That would be nice, but then going there wouldn't be traveling, would it? One of the most fun things about traveling is probably the fact that you go some distance away from your home. Well, for Mana and me, coming from the village to here was already quite a journey. Look at this. Don't you wish you could see these sights with your own eyes? I turned the page to see a full page spread showing an ocean beach.
別に思わないわ。
Her voice loses its heat.
ここに来て湖は見たし、あれと大きさが違うというだけでしょ。
No, the ocean is salt water, and the waves are apparently much more impressive.
だとしても。見て。それからどうするのよ。
Well, I guess just look at it. I don't have anything in particular I want to do with the ocean.
なら、こうして写真で見れば十分じゃない？わざわざ労力をかけていくことはないわ。
Apparently, she doesn't see any value in the act of traveling itself. It might be partly because of the taboo which we all grew up with, which forbade leaving the village. But I've only become more interested in traveling to other places after I left the village and came here.
あれ？何してるの？
Kokoro peeks her head out from her room, then comes out to join us. We're reading a travel magazine I bought today. It's full of places I want to visit.
まあ、そういう気持ちにさせる旅行雑誌の目的だもんね。
She laughs and peers over our shoulders at the open page.
ああ、沖縄の海。いいよね。私も行ってみたいと思ってるんだ。
Man, Okinawa. They had to take I don't know where they are in Japan, but they had to. It's an island, so they had to take a plane or boat. I don't know, man.
実際に見ると写真で見るよりもさらに綺麗だってすごく感動するらしいよ。
I want to tell Mana I told her so, but I decided to continue the conversation with Kokoro instead.
いいなあ沖縄。お母さんも元気になったしみんなで海遊びしたいよね。
Oh yeah, there was that promise. Oh yeah, they did make that promise. Oh yeah, they did. Are we gonna have a beach episode? That sounds great. Kokoro was telling me a while ago that she wanted to go to the beach.
マナちゃんもどう？一緒に新しい水着買って。私は興味ないわ。おやすみ、二人とも。
Mana stands up silently and walks quickly into Kokoro's room. Oyasumi.
おやすみ。
Kokoro bids Mana Oyasumi in a small voice. Once Mana closes the door behind her, Kokoro turns around to face me again.
兄さん、私何か変なこと言った？マナちゃん怒らせちゃったのかな？
No, not at all. I don't think she's angry at all.
でも、あんな急に出ていくなんて。
It's true that she probably left because she didn't like the conversation topic Kokoro brought up. She just got done telling me that she didn't want to visit the uni after all. She probably just didn't want to stay out of bed too long after her bath. She gets cold really easily, you know.
あ、そっか。
Kokoro nods, apparently satisfied with my explanation. Kokoro is so cute. So it's so easy to just say something and she just accepts that. Kokoro, you shouldn't stay up too late either. I'll go to take my bath now.
わかった。おやすみなさい、兄さん。
Oyasumi, Kokoro. Oh, finally, chapter 2. Wait, chapter 2? That took a while.
兄さんって、やっぱり女子力高いよね。
As I'm fanning the obento I'm just made to cool them down before packing them, Kokoro offers an odd comment. Girl skills? What does that mean? The paper fan in my hands tosses as I try to process what she's saying. I don't think I've heard that phrase before.
どういうって、そのままだよ。女子の力って書いて、女子力。
Gomen, but I still don't get it. I can't picture what exactly she could be referring to. Is it like skills for interacting with girls? That doesn't sound right. Liar. Mana, do you know?
さあ。でも、教室でも時々耳にするわね。
Mana shrugs.
いわゆる女の子らしさみたいなものじゃないの？うん。まあ、ざっくり言うとそういうことだよ。
You mean I look girly? Nobody's ever said that about me before. Now I'm even more confused. I mean, look at me. There's no way anyone would ever mistake me for a girl. I might not be a big burly man, but still.
その外見的な意味で女っぽいとかじゃなくて、でも女子力に見た目も含まれないではないんだけど、今言いたいのはそういうことじゃないっていうか。
Yeah, still no clue.
もしかして男の人に好かれやすい要素ということかしら。そう、それ。男の子にモテそうなアピールポイントってこと。料理が上手とか、細かい気配りができるとか。
Cooking is like a life skill. Like, bro, you need to know that shit, man. And you're very considerate to other people. It's just being not an asshole, isn't it? I have to say, I had no desire to be attracted to other boys. I mean, same here, but like, those are life skills. After meeting Koichi, I've come to appreciate having male friends. But friendship and sexual attraction are different things. At least they are to me.
なるほどね。
Mana looks at me knowingly.
つまり、もしお兄ちゃんが女だったら、男の子たちが恋人や妻にしたいと思いそうだと。そういう感じ。
If I was a girl, the hypothesis seems meaningless on its face. Things like being considerate of other people don't have anything to do with gender anyway. Wadi, I still don't really get it. I still think you're a cute girl, even if you do suck at... Said it out loud! Oh my god! No chill!
ありがとう。でも、どうせなら料理も上手な方がとか思わない？
I really like how she took that, man. Her mindset is just like, you know, I'd rather focus on becoming cuter. I like that. You know what? I like that. You know what? Kokoro, I like that. Not really. The way I see it, everyone is born with strong points and weak ones. Of course, people often try to conquer their weaknesses and improve at things they're bad at. I think that's laudable, but sometimes you just aren't cut out for certain things. Wait a second, wasn't it explained that her mom deliberately taught her how to cook bad? It's her mom who literally taught her to how to cook bad. It was intentional. It wasn't like she was purely bad. It was more like, okay, I get it. I get it. Some people are just like, even if someone teaches you wrong, you know, pure talent and pure skill just gets over that kind of problem. But I still blame her mom. Her mom straight up admits it.
ちなみに男子力というのはあるの？それはあんまり聞かないね。なんでかな？
Kokoro frowns. Well, she doesn't know. There's no way Mana and I would either.
さっきの定義に従うなら、どういう男の子と付き合いたいと思うかよね。
I guess it would. Kokoro, what do you think?
うー。
Oh. She frowns harder, thinking deeply.
私が苦手だから、料理が上手だと嬉しいかな。
I mean, he's already in her twice.
でもそういうのは強いて言えばで、私を大事にしてくれる優しい人がいいな、やっぱり。ねえ、それってお兄ちゃんのことじゃないの？そう言われればそうかも。
Apparently, it meets her requisites for a boyfriend. I don't mind being told that at all, I'll admit. In the end, it seems like none of these girl skills or boy skills have anything to do with gender after all. At least as far as I can tell, it's more about good extra qualities you have as a person.
まあ、なんとなくの勝手なイメージだから、イメージ。
Because people were sexist back then. Anyway.
女の子はそうであってほしい、みたいな。
She sighs quietly.
でも自分でもちょっと憧れる部分はあったりして。料理ができるようになりたいということ？
If so, want to practice with me at some point? I don't know about all this girl skills stuff, but if Kokoro wants to improve herself, I'm always happy to help. And if she learns some new skills that could use in the Kisuden, that might help ease Azuki-san's burden too. After all, I don't know whether I can stay here forever.
いいの？
もちろん。
やった兄さん、ありがとう。
Kokoro bounces up and down and shakes both my hands.
お兄ちゃん、心にばかり甘い気がするわ。
So you want to be spoiled, I guess, Mana? Then, do you want to join us too, Mana?
遠慮するわ。別にこれ以上料理の腕を磨きたいとも思わないし。
Sure. Mana glances at the clock.
そろそろ出た方がいい時間じゃない？心、あなたカバンは？あ、忘れてた。取ってくる。
She scampers up the stairs to her room. Don't run on the stairs, you could trip. I yell after her, but I'm not sure she can hear me.
本当に甘いわよね。
Do you think so?
そうよ。まあでも気持ちはわからないでもないわ。
Mana looks in the direction of Kokoro's room upstairs.
妹を持つってこういう感じなのね。
I think I understand how she's feeling right now. She and Nozomi were Futago, but Nozomi was a little older, so Mana was always treated as the younger sibling. Oh yeah. She's the younger one. Okay. But now she has the chance to play the role of an Anne instead. There must be many differences she noticed and thought she had about it.
のぞみもこういう感じで私のことを見ていたのかしら。
Could be. Since the obento had finally cooled to room temperature, I put the lids on the obento and wrapped them in handkerchiefs. Here, Mana, your lunch.
ありがとう。ね
As she takes the bento from my hand, she leans in and hugs me. Mana, what is it? I braced myself for a repeat of yesterday morning, but she doesn't do anything further.
え、どうもしないわ。ただなんとなくこうしたかったというだけ。
After nestling her face in my chest for a little while, she steps away again. I hear Kokoro rushing down the stairs.
お待たせ。行こう。
Okay. I give Kokoro her lunchbox and pick up my own bag. The three of us walk leisurely up the road to school. The sky is clear of clouds, and it looks like it's going to be hot again. In fact, it's already as hot. I don't think the village got this hot in the summers. Maybe it's because it was at a higher altitude? Oh, someone's happy today, this morning. Despite the heat, Kokoro slides up to me and takes my hand. With her other hand, she takes Mana's hand.
何の真似？
Mana looks at Kokoro mystified.
手をつなぐの好きなの。体温を感じるのって気持ちよくない？一人じゃないぞーって感じがして嬉しくなるっていうか。そうね。わからないでもないけれど。
Looking amused, she stops for a moment and shakes off Kokoro's hand. She circles around to the other side of me and plasters herself to my arm.
どうせならこれくらいしっかり密着した方がもっと暖かくて気持ちいいわ。
I feel her soft breast envelope my entire upper arm. My brain, sorry, my brain is now. I don't know. I don't know what happened there. I had to say, I also prefer Mana's method of hand holding. A blush rises to Kokoro's cheek as she stares at us.
いくらなんでもそれはちょっとやりすぎだと思うよ、マナちゃん。どうして？手をつないだくらいでは物足りないと思わない？
Mana smiles seductively at me and wraps herself even tighter around my arm.
それはそうなんだけど、でも
She opens and closes her mouth, but can't seem to think of what to say.
腕を組んでいるところを見られたら恋人なのかなって思われるだろうし。いいじゃない。お兄ちゃんが恋人って思われても。
This time her mouth is hanging open. She turns to me as if to ask for help.
兄さんはどう思うの？
It might be fairly troublesome, but if you or Mana want to do it, I don't really mind. I know your play, bro. I know your play. I know your play. Come on. Oh, hold on. I know you want to join. People did see Mana and me feeding each other in the courtyard yesterday. I guess this isn't that big of a deal in comparison. But we started going further in this. It could be pretty bad if people saw us. But Mana doesn't seem to be heading in that direction. Kokoro, do you want the leg arms too? I lift up the hand she's holding to encourage her.
私はいい。これで十分だもん。
I never felt so disappointed there. I just want Kokoro and Mana, man. What the hell? She hesitates for a while before answering, averting her eyes from me the whole time.
おー、すごい。これが本当の両手に花ってやつですね。
Oh, did he? Anyway, it's been a while since we saw Hotaru, man. I miss her. No fault of my own, I might add.
おはよう、ホタル。
Kokoro hurriedly lets go of my hand and flashes an awkward smile at Hotaru.
おはよう、心。何を照れてるわけ？
In contrast, Hotaru looks as calm as ever. She looks at Kokoro meaningfully.
やっぱり見られたのちょっと恥ずかしいし、何を今更って気もするけど、まあそれが心だよね。
She sighs as if to say, I give up, then turns to Mana.
対照的にこちらはまるで照れたご様子がありませんね。ええ、だって照れる理由なんかないもの。そうでしょうね。
This time, Hotaru looks meaningfully at me. Obviously, she knows. I like that for Hotaru, man. なんだ?
いえ、なんでもありません。行こう、心。うん。兄さん、マナちゃん、また後でね。
Kokoro waves goodbye and heads to her classroom with Hotaru. Mana squeezed my arm again. Don't tell me you plan to stay like this all the way to the classroom.
それも面白そうね。でも、
Laughing, she lets go of my arm.
変に騒がれてしまうのも面倒だから、やめておくわ。無駄に言霊を使うような羽目にはなりたくないものね。
She starts walking again. I quickly follow her. sorry. I'm doing this twice in a row.
いいって、いちいち気にするなよ。
It's lunchtime now. Mana has asked me to have lunch one-on-one with her again. So I'm telling Koichi I won't be able to join him for a second day in a row.
俺だって、彼女がここにいたら、男と食わずに毎日彼女と一緒に食ってる。
Oh yeah, he is in a relation. Oh yeah, I forgot. Mana isn't my kanajo. She's my imoto.
だとしても、さ、あんな美人の妹がいたら、構いたくなるだろうよ、兄貴としては。
You just know. Wait a second. Did he just diss fucking Suzuka there? I feel bad for Suzuka. I feel like it's more than Mana wants to hang out with me, but there's no need to make this conversation longer than it has to be.
あの人気っぷりだもんな。
Koichi glances at Mana's direction. I look at her as well. There's a pile of offerings on their desk again. Oh, it's really just dudes. Sandwiches, onigiri, drinks, even desserts like donuts. It's like her desk has turned into a miniature copy of the cafeteria's display racks.
ありがとう。
Mana smiles at the student who brought her the latest offering. It's not a big smile, but the student looks very happy and blushes a little. Mana worshippers aren't all boys. There are some girls among them too. I wish they drew them, okay? In fact, there are even more people I don't recognize. They must be from other classes. Wow, is it just me? Or are there more than yesterday?
でも、さすがにこれだけたくさんあると、ちょっと困ってしまうわね。お兄ちゃんも食べてくれる？好きなもの選んでいいから。
She gestures at the pile on her desk as she looks at me. They were given to you. Is it okay for me to take them? All the students surely brought these gifts to please Mana specifically.
別に気にしなくていいんじゃない？
She brushes off my concern.
私一人で消費できる量じゃないのは、誰が見たってわかるでしょうし。
Okay. In that case, I'll take these. I take a drink, a roll, and an onigiri. Or considering that I still have my own bento, this should be enough for me.
まだ持って帰るには多いわね。
After thinking for a bit, she seems to have an idea and turns towards Kyoko's desk. Oh yeah, remember there's a person named Kyoko? Wait, I'll be right back. I might also use this as a chance to get dinner, or maybe, I don't know. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. I'm just waiting for my food. I fucking got burger because it talked about burger. Fucking hell. Anyway.
ねえ、京子。ちょっとこっちへ来てくれる？
She beckons to Kyoko, who is sitting quietly at her desk.
はい。何でしょうか？
Oh, people finally remember that she existed. Kyoko jumps up and quickly walks over to us. That was a very fast reaction. I remember she was rather awed by Amana at first, and while they have faded by now, I still see traces of it here and there.
ご覧の通り、食べるものが余っているから、あなたも少し持って行ってくれると助かるの。いいんですか？私なんかがいただいて。
Kyoko looks shocked at the thought.
いいのよ。私がいいと言うのだから。さあ、好きなものを選んで。なんだったら、全部持って行っても構わないわ。じゃあ、そのカツサンドをいただいてもいいでしょうか？いつもすぐ売り切れてしまって、なかなか食べられないんです。どうぞ。ありがとうございます。
Swallowing, she reaches out for one of the sandwiches on the table.
他には？もっと食べないの？遠慮しなくていいのよ。そんなにたくさんは、さすがにちょっと。
She smiles nervously, looking apologetic as she shakes her head. Well, I guess for a normal girl, one cafeteria lunch item is enough for one lunch. Mana doesn't seem to realize she eats a lot more than most people, so she looks a little puzzled.
そうでもこれくらいならカバンで持って帰れるかしら。私ちょうどいいものを持ってますよ。取ってきますね。
Kyoko goes back to her desk and pulls out a folded up cloth shopping bag. I see. Yes, that looks big enough to fit all the offerings.
このまま借りていっていいのかしら。はい、何かあった時に備えておいてあるだけですから。
Thanks. Well, in the future it might be better for you to bring a bag of your own, Mana. I doubt the daily amount of offerings will decrease anytime soon.
そうね。これ以上増えるようなら断ることも考えるわ。
Mana sweeps the offerings from her desktop into Kyoko's bag. Kyoko looks on, impressed.
本当にすごい人気ですよね、マナちゃん。こんなにたくさんプレゼント。
Is this usually what happens when someone is popular? I don't think I've seen anyone else in the class getting presents like this at all.
そんなことはないと思います。やっぱりマナちゃんだからかと。私だからというのはどういうこと？
She looks at Kyoko, confused. I have the same question.
うまく言えないんですけど、マナちゃんが女王様っぽいから？
Mana and I look at each other.
女王様。
She means she looks pompous and domineering?
違います。そういうことじゃないんです。
Kyoko looks panicked as she quickly shakes her head.
そうですね。女王様じゃなくて女神様の方がニュアンスが近いかも。女神。
Oh, she smiled on that. So then remember how they view themselves. Mana seems happy with the sound of that.
マナちゃんが笑顔だと教室の空気が華やぐからみんなそれを守ろうとしているのかなって。それがご利益、自分たちのいいことにもつながりそうな、そういう雰囲気があるんだと思います。
That makes sense. I guess Mana really is being treated like a megami. Well, technically, she and I are both actual gods.
自分では何か特別なことをしているつもりはないのだけど、存在がすでに特別なんです、マナちゃんは。
I more or less understand what Kyoko is trying to say. There's no question that Mana is totally different from everyone else in the class. But there's no sign of people ostracizing her, which is often what happens to someone who's different.
転校生だからというのも大きいとは思いますけど。
But if that were the case, then shouldn't I be the same way? Maybe it's because she's a girl and I'm a guy.
誠くんにもちょっとそう思われているところあると思いますよ。
Especially Kyoko. Huh? But I look at the bag Mana is holding. It's very full. Nobody ever gives me presents like they do to Mana.
それはまた別の話で。
Kyoko looks into the air as she searches for the words.
マナちゃんにはこう見ている方が自然と貸し付きたくなる雰囲気があるっていうか、女王様ごっこというよりも従者ごっこという感じだと思いますけど。
What she says pretending, I think I understand. Basically, they're just having fun with Mana.
誠くんの場合はもうちょっとこちらまで降りてきている雰囲気ですけど、でもやっぱりどこか私たちとは違う人という感じはありますね。
You know, I guess this is the equivalent of like some random ass person in the internet trying to protect a random ass billionaire that will never ever know them. Anyway.
当然よ。ねえお兄ちゃん、そろそろ行きましょう。お腹が空いたわ。
She links arms with me and picks her lunchbox with her other hand.
あれ、お弁当もあったんですね、マナちゃん。今日はお兄ちゃんが作ってくれたの。すごく羨ましいです。さすがに これをあげるわけにはいかないわよ。
We hardly see her do that, that sprite. Mana holds the obento close to her chest and frowns at Kyoko.
そんな恐れ多いこと考えてませんよ。
Kyoko, how about it? Do you want to join us? I know Mana wants to eat lunch alone with me, but I feel bad not to invite Kyoko now that she's here.
いえ、遠慮します。読みかけの本もありますし、ぜひお二人の水入らずで。
How convenient. Kyoko hurries back to her desk. Was I seeing things, or did she peek at Mana's face before declining my offer?
さあ、行きましょう。楽しみだわ。お兄ちゃんのお弁当。
Mana starts walking with a smile. After school, I spaced out at my desk and didn't leave the classroom fast enough, so a teacher came and asked me to help him carry some boxes. It took a fair amount of time, but it wasn't particularly difficult for me. In fact, my muscles have been too idle recently, so maybe it was good that I got to exercise them. I then finished the errand and returned to the classroom. It's completely empty. I should leave too.
いた。
When I come out into the hallway, Mana calls out to me. So, you didn't go home yet. I thought she must have left long ago.
お兄ちゃんの姿が見当たらないから、あちこち探し回っていたの。
Oh, gomen. A teacher asked me to help carry some stuff around. She looks at me curiously.
そんなもの、言霊でなかったことにすればよかったのに。
A simple kotadan for turning down requests would have taken no toll on me. So it would have been fine to use one as she suggested. That's true, but I want to try as much like the other students as I can. Just as Kyoko said during lunch, Mana and I don't fit in here at all. For one thing, we didn't grow up leading the same kinds of lives that all the other students did. But I still want to keep trying to bring myself closer to how they live. Even if I can't become truly like them, I at least want to close the gap.
まあいいわ。それより、もう帰れるのよね。なら、ちょっと私に付き合ってくれない？寄って行きたいところがあるの。
I was planning to go straight home and start making dinner. But since she spent all this time looking for me, I don't want to turn her down.
ダメ？
I don't mind, as long as we don't stay out too late. I only need about half an hour to make dinner anyway.
ありがとう。
She smiles happily and takes my arm. I feel like she's been touching me more often recently. Maybe she's starting to feel lonely after leaving the village. The place she wanted to stop by on the way home ended up being the lake.
綺麗ね。
She looks out over the water, squinting at the glare of the setting sun, reflecting on the waves. I'm standing next to her, looking at the lake too. It really is beautiful. We didn't have anything like this near the village. Is this what you wanted to see?
ええ。夕方は特に綺麗だって聞いたから。
Turning to her, I see she has a very placid expression in her face. Her long hair is swaying in the silent breeze. The sunlight seems to glint on the tips of her hair. I think back on what's happened since I left the village. Not much time has passed, but a lot of things have occurred. Back in the village, every day was mostly the same. But here, there must have been many new, surprising things. I'm sure I'll keep finding new ones too. I'm sure the same is true for Mana as well. Manga, food, tabemono. The science may be small, but Mana is gradually being changed by her experiences here. Still, she hasn't come to really love this town the way I have. Mana, how is school going? Have you started to get used to it?
そうね。話を聞いているふりをしながら眠れる程度には。
She answers dismissively while still looking out onto the water. Unlike me, she still doesn't seem interested in actually trying to learn at school. But at least she stopped leaving in the middle of the day because she's bored. So in a way, she's gotten used to it.
でも体育の授業は好きよ。大勢で体を動かすのって楽しいわね。
It really is fun to play sports with our classmates. There's one more thing that we could never have done back in the village. Mana has always been athletic, so I'm not surprised that she prefers PE to the more book-based subjects.
あと保健の授業はためになったわね。
Oh?
小さな傷の手当ての方法なんて目から鱗だったもの。
Oh, nice. Is it actual? Okay, nice. Yeah, I was surprised they said you shouldn't let it dry out. Common sense in the village was to let the wound dry out and wait for it to form a scab. But here they say that according to latest research, it's better to first clean the wound than keep it moist. There must be plenty of other such things we can learn. Of course, there are some things they can't teach us about here, like the art of using kotodama. Mana abruptly starts rummaging in the bag Kyoko lent her. She pulls out a donutsu, unwraps it, and silently starts eating it. She really has an appetite. Well, I guess people do get hungry around this time. I watch her take a rather large bite, especially for a girl, and begin chewing it methodically. She reminds me of a chinchilla or something. What's especially cute is how her expression doesn't change at all while she's eating. Mere moments later, the donutsu is gone. Unsatisfied, she pulls out and unwraps another. Finally noticing my gaze on her, she looks back at me.
食べる？結構いけるわよ。そんなに甘くないし、しっとりしてるのにふわっとした感じもあって。
I think I will have one actually.
Hi.
She breaks the donutsu in half and holds one half out to me. Thanks. You're right. This is oishii. Taking the half donut and taking a bite, I see what she means. It's just the right sweetness and has a good texture.
でしょ？
While finishing the rest of her donutsu, she looks back out into the lake. Her face in profile looks a little more relaxed than before.
甘いものは里よりもこっちの方が美味しいわね。
Anyone would think so as soon as they had their first donutsu.
里でも作れるようにならないものかしら。
Good question. It might be surprisingly difficult though. Simply knowing how to make a donutsu isn't enough. You also need the right ingredients, seasonings, and equipment.
残念だな。
After swallowing the last bite of her donutsu, she looks at me and giggles. Nani?
口の端、食べかすがついてる。
Something warm and wet touches me on the cheek, near my lips. It's Mana's tongue. Mana?
動かないで。
Her tongue flicks daintily against the skin of my cheek, near my lips. My heart skips a beat, and my head spins at the sudden sensacious simulation. To passerby, it looks like we were kissing, and for good reason. If she moved her mouth slightly to the side, we would be.
はい、これで綺麗になったわ。
I half expected she'd maneuver her tongue into my mouth, but she stops and moves her face away again. In response, I consciously move away from her too. She really is good at taking me by surprise. Man, that surprised me. She smiles, delighted by my reaction.
あら？この程度のことで？
She looks at me as if to say, haven't we done much more surprising things before? We're not in our village anymore.
そうね。でも、私たちも、ここの人間じゃないわ。
Mana's quiet tone puts me at a loss for words.
たとえ言霊で、上辺だけの立場を手に入れたとしても、私たちの本質は、何も変わらない。私は私で、誠は誠。
Her words stab me into my heart like a blade of ice.
我は我がことも一言。夜ごとも一言。言い放つ神。
She reaches out and touches my cheek. Her hair flutters in the breeze coming in off the lake. Her eyes are like dark jewels, shimmering in the sunset as they reflect my face. I'm entranced and can't move a muscle. So she hasn't even used Akotadama on me yet.
誠。私を優しく抱きしめて。
But now she does. Okay. I draw her to me and circle her gently with my arms.
温かい。
She sighs contentedly as she puts her arms around me too.
やっぱり誠の腕の中が一番落ち着く。
Starting with yesterday's morning hug, I feel like she's been more affectionate than usual lately. Maybe she's feeling lonely. She suddenly left the village where she had lived for her whole life. So maybe it's only natural she'd be lonely. I don't miss the village, even though I left suddenly as well. But maybe I'm unusual in that regard.
こっちの世界に惹かれる気持ち。私も少しずつ分かってきたわ。里にはない興味深いものがたくさんある。でも
She squeezes me as if hanging onto me for dear life.
本来私たちもここにはないものなのよ。そのことだけは絶対に忘れないで。
I know. I hold her closer, feeling the heat of her body in my arms. If she hadn't followed me from the village, I would be dead now. I left her all alone that night when I left. It was a hard decision, but it was the one I made. But
みんなの笑顔と幸せを守ってあげて。それがお願い。
I'm missing Hotaru, by the way. I'm really missing Hotaru, man. Well, it's because Kokoro's route also acted like it acted more like a common route, so you know.
約束。
I think back to the promise I made to Hotaru. I want Mana to smile too. I want her to be happy. It's getting chilly. Let's go back home. I pat her back. She rubs her cheek against my chest a few more times, then slowly, reluctantly withdraws. Tap the tree.
お兄ちゃん。お兄ちゃんってば。
What is this? My body's shaking back and forth.
もう朝よ。ねえ、起きて。おはよう、お兄ちゃん。
Man. When I open my eyes, Mana's face fills my vision. Ohayo, Mana. No. What's going on? Moving only my eyes, I try to look around.
起こしに来てみたの。
She falls on top of me, hugging me. She nuzzles her cheek against mine. Did she turn into a neko? That tickles, Mana.
それがいいんじゃない。
She doesn't show any signs of getting off me. In fact, she hugs me even tighter, pressing her body against mine. Well, today is Saturday, so I won't be late for anything if I stay in bed a little longer. Her body feels slightly cool to the touch. A sweet fragrance drifts from the tips of her hair. And of course, there's the soft feeling of her large breasts. Pressed against my chest. And, it's morning. Every movement of her body makes me feel kind of funny down there. My body's telling me to follow my instincts, give in to my desire and ravage her. But In the end, I can't do that. Kokoro and Azuki-san might come by at any moment to see if I'm up. Regardless, though,
うーん
Mana is really coming onto me hard. Considering her behavior over the past few days, there's a high chance she's feeling lonely. That's why she wants to cling to me, feel safe and warm in my arms. At least, that's what it seems like to me. Mana?
堪能したしょ
After kissing me lightly on the cheek, she slowly gets up. Following her, I sit up in bed as well.
今日もいい天気よよく晴れていて
It does seem that way. The light coming in from the window is very bright. Today is likely another scorcher.
ねよかったら後で出かけない二人きりで
She's looking closely at me. Sure. Where do you want to go? I haven't made plans with anyone today, nor do I have anything in particular I need to do. About the only thing I was going to do today was reread the magazines I bought the other day.
どこでもいいわこれから考えてみる一緒に出かけることそのものが目的だから
Sumari, she wants us to spend time relaxing in each other's company, I guess. The good weather also makes it a good day to go out. Alright, but I was thinking of helping out in the Kiseten in the afternoon.
そんなに長時間連れ回すつもりはないわそこらを散歩するくらいよ
Okay. That doesn't sound like it'll be a problem.
決まりね着替えてくるわ
She stands up and begins to leave the room. I call out to her. Ne, Mana.
何
She stops and looks back at me. Did you come to wake me up just so you could ask me that? Something about the way she hugged me just now made me think there's something more going on. It's like she's clinging to me for support or out of anxiety. She hesitates and looks away for a moment, but quickly looks back at me and sighs.
この頃よく昔の夢を見るのよ
She speaks softly and doesn't wait for my answer before turning around again and leaving the room. Dreams of the past, huh? I think I can guess what those dreams are about. They're probably about the days when we're still a three of us.
いいなぁ楽しそう
When I mentioned at breakfast that Mana and I will be going out this morning, Kokoro looks at us enviously. You have your own plans for today, don't you, Kokoro? I remember her saying something to that effect last night at dinner.
今日は隣のクラスの子の家に遊びに行く予定
That sounds fun too.
でも私は一緒に行く友達のおまけみたいな感じだから私自身はそこまで仲良しってほどでもないんだ
Oh, she's developing excuses now. She sighs, frowning. I'll be right back. Okay, I am back. Let's continue. She sighs, frowning.
あら気乗りしないのううんそういうわけじゃないよ私もその子のことは好きだしでもちょっと難しいタイプの性格だから気をつけてねって友達からは言われてて、機嫌損ねないといいんだけど
You'll be fine, Kokoro. I can't imagine anyone hating Kokoro.
そうかな私もそう思うわ無用の心配よ
Mana smiles at her too. It's kind of an unusual sign, I think.
ありがとうなんだか自信出てきたかも
Kokoro nods happily, a bright smile on her face. After that, Mana told me she had decided she wanted to go to the lake. We left the house on foot, parting with Kokoro along the way, and arrived here a few minutes later.
半日ぶりね
That's true.
夕方の方が雰囲気はあるけれどこれはこれでいい眺めだわ
Just as she says, that magic sunset feel is absent, but the bright sun and the cool water are a refreshing sight. I'm lucky that the first town I found after leaving the village has such a beautiful scenery. As the mid-morning sun continues to rise, I can feel the air temperature slowly rising. It's hot enough for me to break out in a light sweat. But for Mana, this must be the perfect temperature. After all, yes, this. Phantom snow lowering down from somewhere in the cloudless summer sky. I don't simply see it with my eyes. I also feel a brief chill as it passes. No matter how many times I experience it, I never get used to it. Mana shivers suddenly, hugging herself. And then,
見えているの？
she must have seen me looking at it. Yes, I can see it.
そう。
She looks down and says nothing further. Mana doesn't like to talk about the phantom snow. I imagine that it's because it reminds her of Nozomi. She gazes silently at the water's surface, but her eyes seem focused not on the lake, but something more distant. I stand next to her, looking out onto the lake as well. Normally, a kotodama put on Mana should only affect Mana herself. The fact that the yuki can be seen by others like me must mean that the kotodama was very powerful indeed.
ねえ誠、
Finally, she opens her mouth to speak. What is it?
そろそろ里へ帰ろうって気にはならない？
This topic again. No, I haven't.
そう。
She nods quietly. She must have expected my answer because she doesn't seem very disappointed. Have you, Mana? If she started dreaming about the past, doesn't that mean that the village is on her mind and she misses being there? Although we use our kotodamas to make places for ourselves here, we'll always be strangers in a strange land. This is an incontrollable truth. Incontrovertible truth. Okay. Probably her way of thinking is normal, whereas, in my case, her curiosity about the unknown is overpowering any desires I had to return.
そうね。こっちの世界がつまらないとは言わないわ。
She glances at me.
あなたほど好奇心のない私でも、確かに見知らぬものがたくさんあって、刺激的で面白いとは思う。昨日も言ったように、私たちは本来ここにいる人間じゃない。
She looks surprisingly downcast at the thought.
私たちの祖が里に引きこもった理由がだんだん分かってきた気がするの。ただの人間とはあまりにも違いすぎる。
I don't know about that.
べき存在じゃない。
Yeah, I clicked through it. At least I don't agree with her logic. There are clearly things I've gained by coming here. There are things I'm sure I never would have gained had I stayed.
誠、あなた変わったわ。
I think so too. But I don't think that's a bad thing. Mana looks into my eyes as she waits for me to continue. I'm able to participate in conversations I never could have had in the village. I got into study with other people my own age and made friends. And there's more. So much more that it would be pointless to try to list them all. Being here has really widened my view, and I feel like it's been nothing but good for me. Most of all, I'm glad I was able to remember what really happened in my past and reclaim my own truth. It's true that much of this I can only say in hindsight, but I do think that leaving the village was the right decision. Nothing will change my mind.
そうでしょうね。
She sighs quietly.
私も同じように思う部分がないわけじゃない。自分でも、あ、これはいい影響だと、そう感じることはあるわ。
Well then,
でも、それはあくまで一部よ。
she cuts me off, shaking her head lightly.
そうやって影響を受けていったとして、最後はどうなるの？
The end?
ただの人間として、この町の一員になれる。なりたいと、そう思っているのかしら。
それは... She makes a good point.
無理よね。だって、私たちは人ではないんだもの。 そしてこの町の人間もまた神ではない。
She doesn't raise her voice, but that gives her words all the more power.
それとね、逆の部分についてはどう思っているの？
What do you mean?
私たちがいることでこの町の人間に何かいい影響ってあるのかしら？
That's an even better point. I count the names. Azuki-san, Kokoro, Kyoko, Koichi. By using my kotodama to make a place for myself here, I warped the perceptions of almost everyone I've met, except Hotaru. Of course, I'm very thankful to all of them, and they all seem to like me despite what I've done to them. But of course, that doesn't get to the heart of the matter.
私たちはこの町の人間を言霊で欺いている。それが全ての前提。
She's absolutely right. I'm using my kotodama even now to make them believe my lies. Back when I first arrived, I hadn't thought anything of it, but now it weighs heavy on me.
やっぱり可愛いわね。誠の困った顔は。
She doesn't say it in a sadistic way. If anything, her face shows she's worried about me.
あずきと心、京子と鈴鹿を救ったのは確かにあなたの力よ。彼女たちにしてみればいいことをしたと言えるでしょうね。
That's right. And you've also...
でもただの人間なら決して手にすることのなかった奇跡、それを与えてしまうことが本当にいいことなのかしら。人の世にとって。
I can't find the words to refute her argument. Do you think I shouldn't have helped them then? I thought she would say yes, but she shakes her head.
別に私はあなたと違ってここにもここの人間にも大した思い入れはない。だから何がどうなろうと基本的には関わりのないことだと思っている。
But, Mana, there are some things you like about the town. Recently, it seems like you even started to open up to Kokoro and Kyoko more. There's no way that she actively dislikes this town or its people, at the very least.
そうね、確かにそういう部分もある。でも絶対的なものじゃない。たとえこの町が滅んで人間たちが全て死に絶えたとしても、私はそれを耐え難いことだとは思わないわ。残念だと感じるにしても。
She gazes at me with a cool, unreadable look in her eyes.
でもあなた自身はどうなの、誠。ずいぶんここに入れ込んでいるようだけど、あなたのしていることの本質はよそからやってきてこの町を乱す。言ってみればこの穏やかな水面を波立てるようなものなのよ。なんて私に言われなくてもきっとわかっているのよね。
I know that what I've done in this town was, at its root, something that nobody asked for. But I did it because that's what I wanted to do. And as such, I had no regrets, even now. I don't want a world where Azuki-san is no more. I don't want a world where Kyoko still sits by herself in the classroom with no friends. From a broader point of view, I might be a bad influence on this town, but I do understand that all of this has gone according to my own selfish desires.
なら私の心配もわかるでしょう。
She sighs and closes her eyes.
私はね、誠、情を移しすぎてあなたが傷つくことが怖いの。あなたが神として戯れにしていることなら何も言うつもりはない。でもそうでなく、人として言霊を使おうとしているのなら、それはとても危険なことよ。 あなたが思っている以上に。
She opens her eyes again and fixes me with a sharp look. As I look back at her, I remember what Hotaru said soon after we first met.
だから、誠さんがこのまま外の世界で暮らしていくなら、いつか誰かに死ねって思うようになっちゃうだろうなーって。その時、誠さんを止められる人は、誠さん以外には誰もいない。死ねって言われる人間のために怖いって言ってるんじゃなくて、そう言いたくなっちゃう誠さんがかわいそうなんだよ。そうじゃなくても、特別な力があるからこそ、誰かを助けるために誰かを傷つける。そういう選択を迫られることもあると思う。誰も助けてくれない。自分の善意と悪意の間で、誠さんがぺっちゃんこにされて苦しむんだろうなって。
See now. What Mana's trying to tell me now must be the same thing Hotaru was trying to tell me back then. It's precisely because she cares for me and is always watching over me that Mana is especially worried about how I'm becoming more human. I believe you, but I still had no intention of going back.
里へ帰るくらいなら破滅したいということ。そこまでここを気に入ったの。
She frowns at me sternly. Not at all. If I really am destined to bring disaster to this town and its people, then I'd much rather go back to the village.
だったら早く。
She tries to step toward me, but I hold up a hand. However, I don't think that destiny has been decided yet. I want to see how long I can make this work. I look straight at her with no hesitation in my eyes.
そう。
She's not angry, but she still looks troubled. I understand that I'm being selfish. I know that the only reason I'm still here, or anywhere, is that you allowed me to be selfish so far. Mana's inborn Kotodama power and skill are far beyond mine. If she wanted, she could have forcibly dragged me back to the village at any time. But she hasn't done so. And that goes to show just how much she respects my feelings. If it had been anyone else from the village who tracked me down, they would have taken me back before I could get a single word out of my mouth. Still, I want to be here. That's just how I feel right now. But, Mana, if you really want to go back, and you're forcing yourself to stay here with me, if she feels out of place here, and misses her home then,
私にとっては、誠のそばを離れることこそが最大の無理よ。
she looks at me sadly as she...
でしょ。
I'm sorry, I'm doing that a lot. She looks at me sadly as she reaches out and brushes my cheek. Her cool fingertips feel pleasant on my skin, now starting to bake in the bright sunlight.
それにしても、すごいわね、誠は。怖くないの？
Kawaii.
大切なものを増やすことが。
I breathe in deeply, realizing what she means.
失いたくないと思うほど大切なもの。私はあなただけで十分。手一杯だわ。
So saying, she turns away from the lake and links her arm with mine.
戻りましょう。
Already? Is there anywhere else you wanted to go?
ないわ。誠と二人で話せて満足よ。帰って漫画の続きを読みたい気分だし。
She starts walking, pulling me along behind her. On the night I saved Azuki-san, Mana granted my plea to stay here a little longer. When she complains, it's just because she's worried about me. I'm very thankful for that and very happy. But I feel a little guilty that I'm not able to return the favor and accede to her wishes. But I simply can't choose to go back. The outside world calls to me far too strongly. So at the very least, I like to do what I can for Mana while she's humoring me. Arigatou gozaimashita. I send out the latest satisfied customer as she leaves the kisuden. The busiest time of the day, lunchtime, is coming to an end. Most days I'm at school during midday, so it's been a while since I've been this busy and behind the counter.
お母さん、お皿洗い終わったよ。
ありがとう。ちょっと休憩して乾いたら棚にしまってもらえる？
It sounds like they're winding down the kitchen too. But there are plenty of things to do to make sure we're still prepared for any new customer who might arrive. Meanwhile, Mana is sitting in the same seat as she always does, reading her manga as elegantly as ever. I know she doesn't like crowds, so I thought she'd want to read upstairs. But apparently the bustle that kisuden at lunchtime doesn't bother her much. Apparently she likes the cafes and furniture, and the view out the window. The manga must be interesting too, because she's smiling faintly. I guess we must not have been fully booked today, since Azuki-san and Kokoro are letting her sit at an empty table.
はい、マナちゃん。お茶のおかわりどうぞ。
Kokoro smiles as she refills Mana's cup.
ありがとう。
She lifts her face from her manga to thank Kokoro, then looks around the kisuden curiously.
私も何か手伝った方が良かったかしら。ああ、いいのいいの。マナちゃんはそのままで十分すぎるくらい役に立ってくれてるから。
Interesting way of saying that.
そう？
She takes a sip, then returns to the manga. I'm a little amazed that she actually offered to help of her own accord. The Mana I knew back in the village would never have done that. It just goes to show how much she must like Azuki-san and Kokoro.
せっかくだから手伝ってもらえばよかったのに。って顔ね。
Azuki-san comes up to me, wiping her hands with a small towel. Well, yeah. We're not busy enough anymore that we really need another pair of hands. But if she's willing to help, it could at least reduce the burden on the rest of us.
マナちゃんはあれでいいのよ。
あそこはこの店の中で一番目立つ席だもんね。
Oh, I see what they're doing. I see what they're doing. Kokoro comes out of the kitchen too, laughing. She and Azuki-san look at each other in agreement. Hmm? What do you mean?
お客さんの様子見てみて。さりげなくね。
I look around the room as she suggested.
みんなマナちゃんをチラチラ見てるでしょ。
Ah, she's right. Every one of the customers seem to periodically glance at Mana. I'm sure part of it is just her seat happens to be in a very visible location. But from the frequency of the glances, that can't be all.
やっぱり絵になるよね、マナちゃん。芸能人みたいな、ちょっと普通の人じゃない雰囲気があるっていうか。
折り紙の新たな看板娘誕生ってところね。
今後どんどんリピーターさんが増えそうな感じあるよ。
Soka. Apparently Mana is contributing to the revenue of the kisuden just by sitting there.
ほんと、誠くんとマナちゃんが帰ってきてくれてよかった。心と二人で店を回していた時はいろいろ大変だったから夢のようだわ。
Not only were there only two of them, but Azuki-san was often sick and Kokoro couldn't cook. Well, and still can't. It must have taken a lot of effort to keep this place going.
自分で料理をしているとどうしても他の細かいところに目が届かなくなるから誠くんがいるとすごく気が楽になるわね。
She leans over and whispers into my ear.
あんまり私がしんどそうにしていると心が私がやるって言い出し余計に気が気でなくなっちゃうから困ってたもの。
As much as I'd like to defend Kokoro, Azuki-san is right.
さてとお腹空いたでしょ。そろそろみんなのお昼を作るけど何か希望はある？
Let's see. I don't think I've been given the choice, so I'm not ready for the question. Now that you ask, I have so many requests that I can't choose just one. But anything you make will be delicious. Kasan, so I'll leave it to you.
この子ってば口がうまいわね。じゃあご期待に応えられるよう腕によりをかけるわ。
She pats me on the shoulder, then returns to the kitchen. After that, we took turns watching the Kisuden while the others ate lunch. Azuki-san made omurice, and it was just as oishi as always. I don't think I could make it better than her, no matter how hard I try. I don't know why, but I'm sure of it.
ありがとうございました。
The last customer finishes, pays, and leaves. Kokoro bows deeply to him as he leaves.
一気にガランとしたわね。
Mana looks around the Kisuden. She's finally finished her manga, apparently. Kisudens are like that. Sometimes are much busier than others.
ここは立地も立地だから大きな町の駅前とかだったらまた違うんでしょうけど。
Yeah, they'll be full all the time.
でも明らかに前よりお客さん増えたよね。やっぱりマナちゃんのおかげだよ。
Kokoro laughs and puts her hand on Mana's shoulders from behind.
何？
Mana looks confused. The theory is that when you sit here, more customers come in.
どういうこと？
She frowns, looking even more confused than before. Basically, it's like at school. You're becoming popular in the Kisuden too.
そうそう。マナちゃん目当てで来る人が結構いると思うの。ああ。でも別に貢ぎ物は何もなかったわよ。
Of course you didn't. A Kisuden is different from a classroom. Customers come here expecting to be given food and drink, not to give it away themselves.
昔の漫画とか読むとそういうシーンもあったりするけどね。
Huh?
店員さんがね、自分が頼んでいないはずの飲み物とか持ってきてくれて、これはって聞くと、あちらのお客様からです。みたいな。
She points to an empty table as she acts out the scene. Omoshiroi. Maybe we'll see that play out here in the Kisuden eventually.
いやあね普通こういう店ではやらないわよ。
Azuki-san waves her hand in denial, laughing.
そういうのはバーとかお酒を飲むような店ね。いや気になる相手に声をかけるためのきっかけ作りだから。
I see. That seems a little different from the presents Mana gets at school.
声をかけたいなら、そのまま声をかければいいのに。どうしてそんな回りくどいことをするのかしら。そう言われれば、なんでかな。
Mana cocks her head to the side in confusion, and Kokoro soon follows suit.
プレゼントされたら相手に対してすみません。ありがとうございます。ミス知らずであったとしても、そういう恐縮した気持ちになりやすいからでしょうね。
So basically, it's a way of gaining the upper hand from the beginning.
まあ、そうとばかりも限らないけどね。相手にもよるでしょうし。
Azuki-san shrugs.
向こうが勝手にしたことに恐縮する必要なんてないと思うけれど。ナナちゃんはそうだろうね。
What about you, Kokoro?
私の場合、恐縮しすぎてかえってよそよそしくなっちゃうと思う。
I see. I guess the success of the trick really depends on who you use it on. It makes me think again about how overpowered Kotodama is. It works equally well on everyone. Well, except Hotaru.
それにしても全然お客さん来ないわね。
Azuki-san looks at the door with a relieved smile. Is it often like this?
そうね。この時間は大抵ガラガラよ。でもまあ、さすがに一人もいないっていうのはめったにないわ。
She glances at the clock, then starts thinking.
せっかくだからこの隙に 買い物に行ってきちゃおうかしら。
Wait, what about the kisses then?
ちょっとだけ臨時休業閉めておけばいいかなって。でももしお客さんが来たらがっかりしないかな。やっぱりダメかしら。
Azuki-san playfully sticks out her tongue. I want to say I'll stay and mind Azuki-san while she goes shopping, but customers might be disappointed not to see Azuki-san. Also, what with going to school every day in the case of Kyoko and Suzuka, I haven't practiced my cooking much recently.
いいえ、それがいいわ。しばらく心と二人で買い物に行ってらっしゃい。そして夕飯前くらいには戻ってきて。
Mana suddenly speaks a kotodama.
そうね、そうしましょう。行くわよ、心。はーい。じゃあお留守番よろしくね、兄さん、マナちゃん。
Won't you guys at least change your clothes? Anyway, whatever. Within moments, the two of them are gone. They've left the sign on the front door to close as they exit. What was that all about?
邪魔されたくなかったから。
Afternoon delight? She laughs, amused with a satisfied look on her face. Her smile looks rather suggestive. I know what it means when she smiles like this. Mana, don't tell me.
あら？どうしてまさかなの？
Soon she's all over me, as I expected. She hugs me tight, her breasts press hard against my chest. Mana! Hoi! She covers my mouth with hers and slowly inserts her tongue into my mouth. This isn't a foreplay kind of kiss to heat things up. And this is the rough, ravenous kind of kiss that shows she's already aroused. And then... She moves away from me briefly to grab my hand and move it to her chest. My fingertips sink into her breast. It's so soft, yet springy. The perfect feeling. I can't help but respond to her. After all, she knows my body inside and out. Kissing me wetly over and over again, she forces her leg in between mine and simulates my crotch. She's on the hunt. She lusts after my body, surrendering herself to her urges, just like we always used to back in the village. After a string of kisses, she relents for a moment to take a deep breath. Mana, we shouldn't.
どうして？あの二人は夕方まで帰ってこないし、店だって閉めた。このところずっとご無沙汰だったから、急に欲しくなったの。
Her eyes burn with a cool fire as she presses her leg harder into my groin. A shiver runs up my spine.
誠のおちんちん。
She murmurs in a meltingly sweet voice as she slowly strokes my crotch with her knee. My body reacts faster than my mind. My member swells rapidly.
ゾクゾクするわね。誠もすっかりその気じゃない。
My cheeks are flushed with arousal. The heat of my groin rises to light a wavering flame of desire inside my chest that quickly burns to spread through my body. Our faces are almost touching, and I inhale her hot rag breath. The smell of the woman fills my lungs. And just as Mana said, there's nobody here to see us, and there won't be. until dinner time. I feel more and more like ravaging her right here and now. Mana. I reach out toward her bountiful body. She looks back at me with expectation filling her eyes. At that moment,
あれ相手はいるんだ。
oh, it's time.
ココロンか誠さんか、どなたかいらっしゃいます？
It's time. I've waited for this. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out from the vicinity of the front door. We're in the kitchen, so I can't see who it is, but I recognize Hotaru's voice.
誰よ。いいところだったのに。もう
When the main girl comes in, the side girl has no power.
ちゃんと鍵をかけておくべきだったわね。
She draws away from me, looking annoyed that her fun has been interrupted. Mana, I think that's... Without letting me finish, Mana pushes me into the pantry. I'm surprised, speechless for a moment. Then it's too late.
静かに。動かないで。
She puts a finger to my lips. As she speaks the kotodama, I immediately become unable to do anything.
ちょっと待ってて。すぐ追い返す
Good
か
luck
ら。
with that.
そうしたら、続きをしましょうね。
She kisses me on the forehead, then heads toward the front of the cafe.
ごめんなさい。今は店を閉めていて。あら、あなただったの。あ、こんにちは、マナちゃん。
Stuck in here, I can't see what's going on. But I guess it was Hotaru after all.
何か用かしら。心なら留守よ。買い物に行っているの。ああ、そうだったんだ。なるほど。悪いけど、今日のところは出直して。できれば、ここで待たせてもらいたいんですけども。ダメよ。出直してちょうだい。
Mana runs out of patience and tries to chase her away with a kotodama.
そこをなんとかお願い。
Of course, it has no effect.
ほら、あそこら辺の隅っこの方でおとなしくしてるんで。どうぞお構いなく。あ、ちなみに誠さんはどちらに？ちょっと、あなた。
I hear the patter of someone's light footsteps coming closer and closer.
やっぱりいた。誠さん発見。
You have no power here. I love Hotaru for this bullshit, man. Hotaru peeks into the storeroom and sees me. But I can't respond, since I'm still affected by Mana's kotodama.
何してるのかな。あ、もしかして。
Hotaru figures it out right away, just like she usually does. She looks meaningfully at me, then at Mana.
お取り込み中というやつだった可能性か。
You know what? At some point, I think Hotaru is fully aware of what was happening even before she came in. And she just came here to just fuck things around. To just fuck around. That's what it feels like. That's what it feels like, not gonna lie.
そうよ。でも、そんなこと、もうどうでもいいわ。
She speaks in a low, hostile voice.
誠、もう、動いていいから、説明して。この子、まさか。
Now that her kotodama is released, I can finally turn and face the two of them. It's just what you think. Kotodama doesn't work on Hotaru for some reason. Soyeba. I was going to tell Kohana about Hotaru, but I forgot until now. That is so him, though. What a dumbass. You would have thought, at least, Anyway. And just after Mana arrived, I was busy with Kyoko and Suzuka's situation after all. And Mana and Hotaru had only seen each other face to face once or twice. So, as you can imagine, she knows the truth about you and me now.
そうです。ホタルは誠さんたちの天敵とも言うべき困ったちゃんなの。
なんてこと。
Mana presses her temples. I know very well how she feels. Kotodama even works on other Kotodama users. So until I met Hotaru, I never had dreamt that it might fail to work on a normal human. Quote unquote normal human.
まだ、ちょっとにわかには信じられないのだけど。
She sighs deeply, then fixes Hotaru with a piercing glance.
うわ、怖い。やっぱり美人の凄む顔って迫力あるな。綺麗なだけに。
You might not believe it, but it's true.
まあでも、普通は抵抗感あるよね。誠さんの方がイレギュラーに対して寛容すぎるっていうか。
Mana's expression is hard, but Hotaru appears to be in the same good humor as she always was.
仕方ないわね。
Mana sighs defeatedly and turns to look at me.
この子、どこまで私たちのことを知っているの？
In broad terms, pretty much everything. I mean, Kotodama doesn't work on her, so I gave up on trying to hide anything from her.
本当に聞かないのかしら。
She glares at Hotaru again.
もっと強く気持ちを込めれば、あるいは
I thought so too, and I tried several times, but it never worked.
誠は力が弱いし、私の意識した全力なら、
なんなら試してみては？
手を挙げなさい。
Hotaru's hands don't move, of course. Mine, however, shoot up into the air since I heard the Kotodama too.
悪夢を見ているような気分だわ。
Mana's shoulders sag, a weary expression on her face. It's exceedingly rare to see her like this.
ホタルもちょっと残念。勝手に自分の体が動くってどんな感覚なんだろうって好奇心が満たせなくて。
どうなってるの？なぜこの子には効果がないの？
I had no idea. But since even your Kotodama doesn't work on her, it must not be a question of the strength of the Kotodama.
この子の他にも効かない相手がいるのかしら。
I haven't met any so far. I think Hotaru's Tokubetsu. There must be something about her that fundamentally negates our Kotodama. The only problem is that I have absolutely no idea whatsoever about what that something might be. Remember, the Kotodama is so strong that it even works on ghosts. Jesus Christ. Then what the hell is Hotaru, man? No matter how I look at her, Hotaru is just an ordinary girl, like Kokoro or any other girl I've met. But I think it's good that it ended up this way. After she learned my secret, she agreed to help me. That's how I was able to start going to school.
えへん。
Hotaru puffs up her chest with pride. What chest? But Hotaru has, you know what they say, what is justice? Anyway.
あなたの目的は何？どうして協力なんてしてくれるの？
Mana is still clearly distrustful. She's not as hostile as a moment ago, but she continues to eye Hotaru with suspicion.
あなた自身は言霊が効かないから直接に私たちを恐れる必要がないにせよ。それでも周囲にいる人間を操ってしまうことはできるのよ。
それも含めて面白そうなので好奇心が勝っちゃったということで。
Now Mana looks confused at Hotaru's carefree attitude.
それだけ？
はい、それだけでホタルには十分なので。
理解できないわ。
Mana shakes her head. Well, I'm sure most people would react like she's reacting. But seeing is believing, no matter how strange or weird it may be.
誠さんはそれで納得してくれたんだけど、やっぱり理由としては弱いのかな。
だって何も利益がないでしょ。
それは マナちゃんや誠さんの価値観においてはでしょ？
I should be slower when it comes to Mana really speaks really slow.
ホタルは誠さんたちとは別の意味でちょっと変わった女の子だから。
Having said her piece, Hotaru starts to fan herself with her hand. I think she's more than just a little bit of a weirdo.
お構いなくと言っておいてなんだけど、ちょっと喉が渇いてきました。冷たいお水の一杯でもいただくわけには。
I'll make you anything you want. It doesn't have to be just water. What would you like?
じゃあレモンスカッシュがいいな。
While Hotaru grins, I sigh a little pathetically. Can I put my arms down now? Banzai. His hands are all up, doing a banzai pose. Here you go.
いただきます。
After serving drinks to both of them, I have something to say to Mana. Mana, Hotaru helped me with a lot of things, like enrolling in school. So I decided that I was going to trust her. If I hadn't, I wouldn't have been able to make the place for myself here that I have.
まあどのみち言霊が聞かない以上お手上げなのは確かね。
After taking a sip of her tea, she nods, reluctantly trying to accept it. And one day Hotaru decides to become our enemy. There's nothing we could do to stop her either. When you can't force a certain outcome with a kotodama, I learned that the next best thing is to use a yakusoku.
それが普通なんですよ。ホタルだって誠さんたちに言うことを聞かせる術はないんだから。
Hotaru sips her tea calmly, then glances at Mana.
相手を自分の望むようにしたかったら自分も相手の望むようにするしかない。ホタルが協力するのはそういう理由。何も不思議なことはないんです。してもらいたいからしてあげる。それだけ。
Mana looks at Hotaru, surprised.
でもしたからといって必ず帰ってくるとは限らないでしょ。
もちろん勝手に期待して信じて裏切られるしてあげたぞみたいなことも当然あります。
Hotaru pokes at the ice in her glass with her straw, then continues in a lower voice.
残念だけどそれもまた仕方のないことですよね。嫌なら最初から求めなければいいんだし。誠さんや愛菜ちゃんの言霊みたいな反則級の力がない凡人はそうやって誠意をやり取りして暮らしてるわけで。
She gulps down the rest of her lemonade. What Hotaru wanted me to do for her was to keep everyone smiling and happy.
なるほど。誠が変わった理由はそれもあるわけね。
Mana shrugs.
ホタルはむしろ誠さんが変わりすぎちゃうことを心配してるんですよ。
She looks past us, as if seeing far into the distance.
ちょっと人としては無垢すぎるから。あなたはまだ何色でもないのね。
That's what you told me on that day. But I wonder whether that's still how I look now. Hotaru, do I still look like I'm not any color? Have I become a good person since then, or maybe a bad person? As Mana said, I've changed a lot since I came here. But it's hard for me to tell concretely what has changed, since I've been experiencing it naturally from the inside. Hotaru narrows her eyes and looks at me closely, thinking.
さあ今のホタルにはよくわからないですけどちょっと人らしくなったのかなとは思います。表情が豊かになってきた気がするし。
Answering my question lightly, she pushes her empty glass toward me.
ごちそうさまでした。そろそろ帰ろうかと。
Didn't you want to wait for Kokoro?
気が変わったので。
You know what? I really think that she's actually here not because of Kokoro, but because of she just wanted to see things. She wanted to do something. We know she's been observing them specifically. She grins impishly, then looks across at Mana.
何よ。
さっきはお取り込み中に邪魔をしてごめんなさい。今さらだけど、ホタルは自分の意思で出直してちょうだいを実行します。これがホタルからの誠意ということで一つ。
Mana looks Hotaru over appraisingly.
いいわ。わか
She
っ
not.
た。
She not. I really have to slow down with. Jesus, I've been making a lot of mistakes because of Mana. Mana does a lot of pauses and slows down her. She nods. It's a small motion, but a definite one. It means she's acknowledged Hotaru.
今後なるべくあなたの望みに私も配慮する。ただし、
Her eyes glint like the sharp points of two icicles.
誠に害をもたらさないこと。それが絶対の条件よ。忘れないで。
大丈夫ですよ。マナちゃんはとにかく誠さん大事の人だってことは見ればすぐわかりますし。
Hotaru turns back to me and bows her head in thanks.
レモンスカッシュごちそうさまでした。心によろしく。
Mana and I stand together, watching Hotaru as she walks out the front door.
もっと早くあの子のこと教えてくれたらよかったのに。
Your literal fiance is a little dumbass, so don't expect too much. 終わり。
まあ知ったところでどうにもできなかったけれど。
She grimaces and then turns to me.
でも一つ疑問が解けたわ。誠がやたらとここの人間に気を使っているように見えたのはあの子との約束があったからなのね。
Yes, but it's also what I want to do myself. The words Hotaru spoke that day entered straight into my heart and have stayed there ever since. It's an odd sensation since those words weren't even a kotodama. I want to keep everyone smiling and happy, and of course that includes you, Mana. Mana's eyes widen in surprise.
誠。
Shall we continue where we left off? A happy smile slowly spreads across her face as she reaches out to touch my cheek. A gentle light dance in her slightly misty eyes.
続きしましょうか。
All right, we're in again. She leans in and touches her lips to mine. It's not a violent, voracious kiss like before. It's a gentle, emotional one. I put my arm around her waist and draw her in, returning her kiss.
暑かった。
It's already evening.
さすがに何か飲みたいわね。
I hear familiar voices from the direction of the front door. Mana doesn't look annoyed this time, only disappointed as she draws away from me. Okaeri nasai, Kokoro. Okasan? Mama. I'll just go for Mama. Mama, thanks for taking care of the kaimono. You want drinks, right? Any requests?
なんでもいいよ。とにかく冷たければ。麦茶かしらね。やっぱり。
Wakatta. I pour mugicha over ice into 2 glasses and bring them to the counter. I really do think that Hotaru intervened. Like, she straight up knew what was going on. Like, you know, she just straight up went to the storeroom of all places, you know. So she know what she was doing there. Anyway, I'll take a little break. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Let's continue. As I enter my room, after cleaning out the dishes from from dinner, I'm greeted by a faint, sweet scent hanging in the air. It's the scent of Mana. All right, something's gonna happen. I'm pretty sure she's been frustrated the whole day. You're here.
え、
She smiles alluringly from my bed, which she's sitting on.
湯上がりにお邪魔させてもらったわ。
Now that she mentions it, I see that her hair and skin look damp. Did you need something?
決まってるじゃない。さっきの続きよ。
She stands up, then falls into my arms. No, we shouldn't.
どうして？
Hazuki-san and Kokoro are here. It might be possible in the middle of the night, but at this time of the evening, they'll definitely notice. Especially since I doubt Mana has any intention of keeping her voice down.
いいじゃない。バレたって後でどうにでもなるわ。
She's right, of course. We could just make them forget about it with a kotodama. I prefer to avoid using any unnecessary kotodamas to do with them. And actually, it's not just for their sake. We shouldn't use our kotodama too freely. The power of kotodama is the power of one's own life force. I'm sure she knows that better than I do, considering how far her power outstrips mine. But
誠に害をもたらさないこと。それが絶対の条件よ。忘れないで。
when it comes to anything involving me, sometimes she loses her cool. No, that's not exactly it. She doesn't forget to consider the consequences of her actions or anything. It's not impulsiveness. She goes to extremes for me, even after careful consideration. Once she decided the course of action is necessary, she doesn't hesitate even for an instant. That's why I want her to avoid unnecessarily using her kotodama whenever possible.
そう。わかった。
I'm sorry. I don't want to reject your advances at all, but I had no choice.
別にいいわ。今夜は誠のこの顔を見られたから十分よ。
She kisses me on the forehead and starts to leave the room. Mate, Mana.
何？
Would you like to go out somewhere tomorrow, just the two of us? I'm not really trying to make up for tonight. I feel like spending more time with Mana.
行くわ。
She smiles happily back at me from the doorway.
嬉しいわね。そっちからデートに誘ってくれるなんて。
I figured it would be good for me to invite you instead of the other way around for once. Nowadays, she's always taking the initiative, but when we were in the village, I used to take the lead just as often. It'll be nice to get back to that a little.
でも、店の手伝いはどうするの？
I'll go ask Azuki-san if I could take time off. I didn't think Mana would be concerned about the kisaten. Do you think I could take the time off tomorrow? I explained that Mana and I are growing up.
いいわよ。気分転換していらっしゃい。
She smiles readily agrees to my request.
むしろ、このところ甘えっぱなしだったものね。最近は体調もいいし、心がいれば店は大丈夫だから、心配しないで楽しんでらっしゃい。
Arigato. I'm relieved that she's so understanding.
でも、どこへ行くつもりなの？
We haven't decided on anywhere in particular yet.
あら、そう。誘ったのはどっちなの？
Mine.
それでノープランなの？
She gives me an odd look. Did I do something wrong? The main point tomorrow is for Mana and me to spend time together, so I thought we could just go wherever Mana wanted.
普通そういう場合は誘う方がプランを準備するものよ。まあでもマナちゃんと出かけるんですものね。別にいいのかしら。
Yeah, Mana doesn't care about that kind of thing. She was like that in the village too.
ならいいけど。
Anyway, that's all I wanted to ask you about. Oyasumi nasai, Ka-san.
え、おやすみ、誠くん。
I got permission. Sue said it would be a good change of pace.
そう。よかった。案外、言霊を使わなくても済むものなのね。
I have to relate my conversation with Azuki-san to her. Mana nods with satisfaction. So, Where should we go? Is there anywhere you'd prefer, Mana?
そうね。どこでもいいけれど、あまり遠くない方がいいわ。
Somewhere close by. わかった。That means just wandering around the neighborhood or going down to the lake again, I guess. Well, if she's happy with that, I don't mind at all.
何時に家を出るつもり？
I still want to help with setup before the incident opens in the morning, but we can leave anytime after that. I don't think I can leave the morning setup to Kokoro.
わかったわ。楽しみね。それじゃ、おやすみなさい。
Onema. Oyasumi. I watch her leave the room, then fall back onto my bed. The scent of her still lingers in the room, pleasantly tickling my nose. I think I'll have good dreams tonight. Ooh, chapter 4. I wake up the next morning at my normal time and go downstairs. Ohayo.
はい、おはよう。
I quickly exchange greetings with Azuki-san and then get straight to work, preparing the Kisuden for opening time. The first thing is to briefly sweep the entire floor.
あら、別にいいのよ。今日は一日お休みで。
No, let me at least help with morning prep. That way, I'll feel better about taking the rest of the day off.
ありがとう。誠は本当にいい子ね。誰に似たのかしら。
It's just what I've learned from watching you over the weeks since I came here.
この子ったら。
Man, he's good at this bullshit. Yeah. She blushes as she smiles at me. I just told the truth, but it seems she's quite happy about what I said.
ちなみに、どこへ行くかは決まってるの？
Not yet, but I don't think we'll go very far.
そう。まあ、それがいいかもね。今日も結構暑くなりそうだし。
Mana's eternal Yuki makes her actually prefer hot weather, but Azuki-san doesn't know that, so her worry is justified. I can't very well explain it to her, though nor do I need to.
おはよう。
Mana comes down all dressed. It's obvious from looking at her she's in a great mood. At least, I doubt she has any of those Akumu last night. Well, you're in a good mood.
当然でしょ。夕べからずっと楽しみにしていたんだから。
おはよう、まなちゃん。心はもう起きた？
いいえ、あの様子だとまだしばらくは夢の中でしょうね。
Mana glances up the stairs with a chuckle. She must be remembering Kokoro's sleeping face.
起こした方が良かったのかしら。
ううん。まだ寝かせておいていいわ。どうせ午前中はそんなに混まないし、一人でもなんとかなるから。
She beckons to me as I continue sweeping.
誠くん、それくらいでいいわよ。ありがとう。まなちゃんと朝ごはん食べちゃって。
Is that really enough? I pretty much finished sweeping the floor, but I still need to wipe down the tables and take out the trash.
いいわよ。早く出かけたいってまなちゃんの顔に書いてあるもの。
Wow, you're right. It's practically written on her face. Looking at Mana, I see that she's more than just in a good mood. Her eyes are practically sparkling as she looks at me.
お散歩が待ちきれないワンちゃんみたいで可愛いじゃない。店のことはいいから早く連れて行ってあげなさい。
She comes over and clasps me on the shoulder. Okay, I'll do that then. I'll make breakfast for all three of us. For all three of us together.
ありがとう。
Okay, we'll see you later. We finish our breakfast quickly, and after I change clothes, Azuki-san and Kokoro, who had just woken up, saw us all.
車には気をつけるのよ。
We will.
いってらっしゃい。
Kokoro looks a little resentful, but she doesn't seem reluctant to let us go.
できればお土産買ってきてほしいな。何でもいいから。
いいわよ。何か美味しいものでも買ってくるわ。
Before I could reply, Amana smiles at Kokoro and nods.
やった楽し
Kokoro's face breaks into a grin.
み。いいね。だって楽しみなものは楽しみなんだもん。
任せてしまって悪いけど、後のことはよろしくね。
いってらっしゃい。
You and Kokoro have really been getting along well recently.
そうかしら。
Yeah, the old you would never have promised to get an omiyage for her like that. She looks pensive.
なんだか不思議と構いたくなってしまうのよね。あの子を見ていると。
I know what you mean. She's really an honest and straightforward girl, so people can't help but want to please her. It's amazing that it even affects Mana, who normally doesn't have much interest in other people.
もしかしたら、のぞみも私のことをあんな風に見えていたのかしら。
She smiles, looking off into the distance. Koizuka Nozomi, Mana's twin sister, who passed away at a young age during an epidemic in our village, and the girl to whom I was originally betrothed. She might have. Mana was the younger of the two, but maybe now she's enjoying the feeling of being an elder sister, even though it's not real. Okay, maybe that's why she calls him Oni-chan. It's because, yeah, he was supposed to be her Oni-chan, but you know, she took her Nozomi's dying wish. You know, whatever the case, Mana's body language has been very cheerful ever since this morning. It was a good idea to bring her out on this date.
ちなみにね、誠、
She takes my hand and looks into my eyes.
デートってどこへ行くかとか何をするかとかあらかじめ決めておくのがこっちでは普通らしいわ。
Huh? So that was true, was it? I'm a little surprised. Asagi-san said something similar to me last night, and I told her that Mana didn't care about that kind of thing. But here we are, with Mana showing off her knowledge of the customs of the outside world to me.
漫画を読んでいるとおおむねそういう感じなのよ。心にも聞いてみたら、そうだよ、だいたい誘う方が立てるかなって。
Oh. She learned from Hanga, and even went to ask Kokoro for confirmation. And that was rather proactive of her.
そもそもデートという言葉は日付を決めて会う予定を立てるというところから来ているものなんだそうよ。
I don't really think too hard about that. Anyway, did you learn that from Kokoro too? Yes, Mana and Kokoro have definitely become quite close. Kokoro has been helping expand Mana's world, even when I'm not watching. I think they're really great. I left the village because I wanted to see the outside world, but Mana's case is different. She only left and followed me because she was worried about me, and even now, it's my selfish demands that are stopping her from taking me back.
以前英語の授業で教師が話していたと言っていたわ。
Of course, her decision to stay by my side was made of her own free will. But that doesn't change the fact that I'm selfishly making her live here in the town. If I hadn't left the village, she would never have left either. I'm sure of that. So, when I see that she's gaining something out of being here, it makes me feel a little less guilty. I see. I'm sorry. I tried to think of various things last night, but
これというものを思いつかなかった？
yeah. Let me be honest, no matter where I go or what I see, everything here is interesting and fun to me. And the outside world is still full of fresh new wonders, and that's fun in of itself. But Mana probably doesn't feel the same way. And there are some things she likes, like sweets or manga, and other things she doesn't. I think the lake is probably a safe bet, but we've been there several times recently.
謝る必要なんて何もないわ。誠が私のためにいろいろ考えようとしてくれたわけでしょ。
She smiles gently at me and links her arm in mine, drawing close to my side.
でもあまり余計な気を使うことないのよ。私こうして誠と一緒にいるだけですごく幸せだし楽しいもの。
Mana. Soka. Maybe I was thinking too hard about it. Maybe I felt compelled to find something fun for her to do because of my feelings of guilt of dragging her out of the village.
でも
She laughs, a teasing look in her eye.
誠の困った顔が見られたらもっと楽しくなるかもしれないし、意地悪を言ってみたらよかったかしら。
I'd appreciate if you didn't go out of your way to get artificially mad at me. I raise my hand to signal defeat, and Mana chuckles.
冗談よ。さてと、誠が思いつかないなら私から提案してもいいかしら。
Of course, go ahead. Mana looks to the west.
学園へ行ってみたいわ。
Even though it's the weekend? Actually, I've been equally surprised on a weekday. Since when does Mana want to go to school? She doesn't seem at all interested in the classes, and she seems annoyed by her classmates. She only seemed to be attending because I was.
休みだからこそよ。
Basically because there's no one there. You just know what's going to happen. She explains as if she read my mind.
普段は人も多いし講義も退屈であれだけど、私場所としては気に入っているのよ。中庭の眺めは特に素敵よね。里にはない風景で、だけどなんだか里を思い出すのよね。不思議と。
Yeah, I actually think I know what you mean. There's a certain feeling about the school courtyard, like Mana says. It's a feeling of familiarity, like being a place where you can take a breath and relax. Alright, let's go to school then. We can figure out what to do once we get there. She nods happily, hugging my arm tight. We stroll up the road until we eventually reach the school. Since it's a weekend, there are no classes today, so I thought there wouldn't be anyone there, but
あら、意外と賑やかなのね。
I hear the murmur of voices coming from inside the building. I can't make out any individual words, but I can tell there must be several people inside. I also hear the sounds of musical instruments. I guess someone is performing music.
何か催し物でもあるのかしら。
The school brass band club is probably practicing today. I remember someone telling me that some school clubs have activities on the weekends too.
吹奏楽部？
It's a club where they perform on musical instruments, apparently. Someone asked me to join once. Didn't anyone ask you?
ああ、そう言われれば私もあったかも。適当に聞き流しちゃったけど。
She tilts her head in a cute motion.
わざわざ休みの日まで練習するなんて、そんなに部活って楽しいものなのかしら。
It must be. Well, I've never been in a club before, so I can't say for sure.
私はそれなら家で漫画を読んでる方がいいかしら。
You could join the... Anyway.
でもこうやって
She hugs my arm between her breasts.
誠とくっついていられるなら楽しそうね。
I don't think it would be possible to play a musical instrument if we were entwined like this. I see someone coming our way. It's Koichi.
よう誠と、なんだマナちゃんか。
Koichi seems to lose interest when he sees who it is. Who is with me. Yo!
こんにちは。なんだってどういう意味かしら。
ああ、いや、すまん。
He squirms a little under Mana's curious gaze.
遠目に見て誠が彼女とイチャついてるのかとつい勘違いした。
It's nice outside today, so Mana and I are out on the walk.
そうか、散歩か。健康的だな、兄弟揃って。
He looks at our linked arms.
でもそこまでひっついてる必要はあるか？
私、ちょっと寒がりだから。
He briefly looks up at the blazing sun in the sky. He doesn't say anything, but his face reads, "On a hot day like this?" Koichi, do you have something you need to do at school today?
ああ、部活の助っ人だ。
He seems glad to be returning to a more normal topic as he nods. But judging from his tone, he's not very happy to be here. Oh, interesting. So clubs really do use helpers, huh? In manga, sometimes a student would be asked to help out with a club they didn't even belong to, but I've never seen a helper in real life. What kind of club? Some kind of sports? Maybe baseball or soccer? I throw out a couple of names of sports I know.
違う。というか、うちにはどっちもないだろう。
Oh, really? I guess I shouldn't have guessed so randomly.
満足に練習できるような広いグラウンドもないしな。必然だ。
Well then, what are you helping with?
テニスだよ。ダブルスで欠員が出たからぜひ来てくれないかって頼まれてさ。
Tennis. I know about tennis.
なんだか、頼られてるのに、あまり嬉しくなさそうね。
Just as she says, he sounds pretty reluctant.
まあな、できないことはないんだが、そんなに得意ってほどでもないし。
Huh? But you still accepted the request.
頭数がどうしても欲しいってダチに頼まれたから仕方なくな。じゃなかったら今頃家でゴロゴロしてるよ。
He shrugs and smiles freely. The beauty of friendship.
ま、そういうことにしといてくれや。実情としてはこの間ジュースをおごってもらったから断りきれない。そんなところさ。
I still think it's very loyal of you. Mana would never have expended this much effort just to pay someone back for a juice. But if you ask me, it sounds kind of fun to be a helper.
そうか？
I mean, you're suddenly getting to do something you normally wouldn't be able to do, right? It sounds kind of exciting. Koichi pulls his arm across his chest and makes a doubtful noise.
ものは言いようだな。俺は逆だ。普段やってないことを急にやらされるんだぞ。しかも周りは自分より上手いやつばっかりで足を引っ張るのは目に見えてる。
That's unavoidable, I think. They must have realized that when they ask you for help, right?
だとしても俺のせいで負けたりしたら気が引けるだろう。
He sighs, looking at me resentfully.
俺もお前くらいポジティブに考えられたらいいんだけどな。その気があるなら紹介するから今度はお前が出てやってくれよ。その方がきっとみんな幸せだ。
Sure, I'll be happy to if the opportunity arises.
おっ、つうか助っ人やりたいくらいなら部活に入った方がいいんじゃないか？
He makes a good point, but it's not that simple. I wouldn't be able to be there every day.
ああ、そうか。店の手伝いとかもあるもんな、お前。
Yep. I do want to enjoy student life to the fullest, and that includes club activities. But helping out at Kisaten Origami has to come first. Since I'm taking advantage of them with my kotodama, my first duty is always to the Orime Kazoku.
といけね。そろそろ時間だ。行くわ。
Alright, do your best.
お、適当に頑張る。
Gambatte. He raises a hand in farewell as he trots off. Mana, Wait, what should we... I start asking Mana what we should do next, but I see she's looking at something in the distance. Several students have sketchbooks out and are moving their pencils busily with serious looks on their faces. That must be what they call the art club, probably. It looks like they're drawing something.
そのようね。
She's observing them intently. Since she likes manga so much, maybe she's developed an interest in drawing as well. Mana, if you're interested, why don't you go and talk to them? If you ask nicely, they might lend you some art supplies. Her eyes widen in surprise. You want to try your hand at drawing, don't you?
別にそういうわけじゃ。
You were staring at them pretty hard just now, though.
まあ、それは否定しないけど。
She nods.
絵を描くってどんな感じなのかしらって思ったの。
So, she is interested after all. Alright, let's go take a look then.
誠。
The people we saw were in fact the art club. When we told them we wanted to try drawing something, they quickly supplied us with paper and pencils. They were eager to help, and we didn't need to use our kotodama at all. Mana still standing stock still, with a pencil and paper in hand.
何を描けばいいのか見当もつかないわ。
The guy from the art club said you should just draw whatever you feel like. You could draw something in front of you, or you can draw something from your sozo. Anything is fine. Unless you're in a team competition or something, there's no restriction on what you can draw. Or so he said.
それがちっとも思い浮かばないのよ。
She frowns at the blank, perfectly white paper, clearly frustrated. It's an expression I don't see on her face very often. Oh, I know. What about the courtyard? You could draw the view from the courtyard.
そうね。いいかも。
So we came to the courtyard. Here, it looks good.
え、
We sit down on the bench together. The view here really is nice, and the atmosphere at the courtyard is relaxing. どうしたの? My eyes frozen again. Pencil raise.
何をどこから描けばいいのかしら。地面、空、建物。
She tilts her head and frowns again. Maybe you can start whatever seems easiest.
そもそも絵なんてほとんど描いたことがないから描きやすいも描きにくいもないのよ。
Alright, let's start with whatever you like the most. She looks hard at me.
それなら誠ね。そうするわ。
You're going to draw me?
嫌なの？
I don't mind, but don't you think it might be hard to start with a person?
簡単に描けるものなんて私にはないからいいの。
That's a good point. Okay, should I stand up then?
座ったままでいいけど私の方を向いて動かないで。
Man, of all the fucking kotodawa you could... That's gonna suck. As soon as she speaks the words, my body twists around and freezes in place. She adjusts her grip on the pencil and begins to draw, looking back and forth between me and the paper with a frown on her face.
何か違うわね。もっと
She keeps repeating various strokes over and over again, maybe not liking the way each attempt turned out. She's being much more serious about this than I expected.
ごめんなさい。喋っていいわよ。
I can still sit still without you using your kotodama on me, you know?
ダメよ。それだとどうしても微妙に動くでしょ。
Well, that's true. The being fixed in place by a kotodama makes it mentally easier for me to stay put.
そう。このくらいの感じだわ。
Her pencil keeps moving as she nods to herself. It seems like she's fairly gotten a version of her sketch that she likes. How's it, Mana? Is drawing me fun?
意外と
That's great to hear. How does the drawing look? I can't move my body, so I can't look at what she's drawn.
顔をだいたい描き終えたところよ。
Let me see.
ダメよ。こんな中途半端な状態。完成してからね。
The artist's working process must not be revealed to the public, apparently. I'll just wait obediently until it's done. Not that I can do anything else.
なんだか収まりが悪いわね。首がいけないのかしら。もっとこう服を描くのが面倒だから裸でもいいかしら。いいわよね。
Naked! She keeps moving her pencil relentlessly, unmoved by my reaction.
安心して。わざわざ脱がなくていいわ。記憶で描くから。
Jesus Christ! I kind of want to worry more now. Apparently she's drawing a new portrait of me now.
誠は鎖骨の感じがいいのよね。せっかくだからもうちょっと強調して。
She mutters to herself as she continues drawing. Well, as long as she's having fun, I don't mind.
筋肉、実際よりもたくましい感じに持った方がいいかしら。
If you would, please try to keep it realistic. I'm starting to get scared about what the end product will look like. Time continues to pass as I sit on the bench, sweating.
こんなものかしらね。動いていいわよ。
Mana's Kotodama slides into my body, freeing it from the fixed position it was in. I've been stuck in that position for quite a long time now, and I feel tired. I take several deep breaths to loosen my body. Are you done now? From her face, she seems to have a fair amount of confidence in her creation. Can I take a look?
どうぞ。
She holds the paper out to me, and I take it. This is... me? This can't possibly even be human. It looks more like some monstrous, beast-like something. The level of eerie menace dripping from these savage scrawls is astounding. Terrified. She was muttering something about collarbones and muscles earlier. But where on earth are either of those things?
どう？ご感想は？よく描けているでしょ？
I don't know how to respond. I have several questions. No, more than several. But she really put her whole heart into this drawing, so I don't want to hurt her by saying something careless. It's a very creative drawing. I choose my words carefully to avoid lying outright.
独創的？どういう意味で？
I mean, I never seen a portrait quite like this. This isn't working.
そう。で、気に入ってくれたの？
There it is. The simple yes or no question. Well, I don't know much about art, but I guess it's pretty well done. I mean, it's pretty intense after all. I can't say it was a very good answer, but it was better than saying nothing. You could tell. Mana narrows her eyes and looks at me coldly.
誠、本当にそう思ってるの？
Of course it is. I tried to force myself to smile, but she could probably see right through me. Mana's expression goes colder and colder. I can almost start to see the snow falling around her.
なんてね。
Just when I was about to start panicking, she suddenly starts laughing.
そんな切羽詰まった顔しちゃって。本当に誠って見ていて飽きないわね。かわいい。えい。
She smiles devilishly and pokes at my cheek. Mana, was she just teasing me?
大丈夫。自分に絵の才能がないことくらいちゃんと分かっているから。自分の見たまま、思ったままの絵なんてとても描けないのよ。
Then this drawing doesn't represent how I look to you.
当たり前でしょ。誠はもっとずっとずっと可愛らしいもの。どうせうまく描けないならとことんって思ったから変な方向に強調してみたのよ。
I see.
誠は変に遠慮しないで正直な感想を言ってくれた方が私も嬉しいわ。
Yeah, sorry about that. I guess I overthought things once again. Even when I'm aware of it, it's hard to know where to draw the line.
いいのよ。謝らなくて。そういうところも含めて私は誠を愛しているから。 ね、それより ちょっとお腹が空いてきたわ。
Now that you mentions it, it's almost lunchtime. I can't believe how fast time has gone by. I guess it just goes to show how engrossed we were in Mana's sketching exercise. I was just sitting there the whole time, but I was still having fun watching Mana as she drew me. What should we do for lunch? We did bring some money along, so we could eat out somewhere or buy something to take back home.
そうね。購買は今日はやっていないのよね。
She looks toward the school building. I don't think so. It's the weekend after all.
じゃあコンビニかしら。おにぎりと飲み物、あとドーナツを買ってどこか外で食べましょう。こんなに天気がいいのだし。
She looks up into the sunny sky, shielding her eyes. After buying onigiri, drinks, and a mountain of donuts, we made our way to the town's public park.
ここもなかなかいいところね。
Mana has never been here, so she looks around curiously.
広場みたいなものかしら。
I think that's right. Anyone is allowed to come and go freely, apparently. I actually see a few other people here and there in the park. Since it's lunchtime, many of them are sitting down and eating their lunch. Oh, Kyoko. It's been a while. Oh, it's Kyoko! As I look around the park, I see Kyoko standing in the shade of a tree some distance away. She notices us and comes running.
こんにちは、誠くん。
Hello. Fancy meeting you here.
そうですね。こんにちは、マナちゃん。ねえ、京子。あなたドーナツ食べない？食べるわよね。
Mana is too busy rummaging in her shopping bag to return Kyoko's greeting. She quickly finds a donut and holds it out to Kyoko.
これ、私にくださるんですか？
She looks taken aback. Well, that's not surprising. Anyone would be taken aback if a donut was suddenly shoved into her face.
ええ、お腹が空いていたものだから、ちょっと勢いで買いすぎてしまったの。
I suspected as much, though I didn't stop her from shoving donuts in her bag at a konbini. She bought so many that I thought she was going to take most of them home, sharing some with Kokoro and leaving the rest for a midnight snack.
ドーナツ、嫌いじゃなかったわよね。はい、好きですよ。ありがたくいただきますね。
She gingerly takes the donut from Mana and holds it carefully.
なんだかマナちゃん、ずいぶんご機嫌みたいですね。
She looks somehow impressed. I really like Kyoko's outfit.
あら、わかる？ええ、いつもの教室での物憂げな雰囲気と違って晴れ晴れとした感じに見えます。今日はお兄ちゃんから誘われてのデートだから。あ、そうなんですか？
Her eyes widen as she glances at me.
心ちゃんもそうですけど、誠くんの家は本当に兄弟仲がいいんですね。
Yeah, I guess we are. Neither Mana nor Kokoro is actually my sister, though. Still, I'd rather people thought of us as siblings who get along well than as siblings who fight. Are you by yourself today? Are you by yourself today, Kyoko? What are you doing here?
何をしていたというわけではないんですけど、灯籠流しに協力してくださった方々のところにお礼の挨拶で回った帰りなんです。
Ah, I see. I think back to the night of the water lantern ceremony only a few days ago. It was a pretty big event, so the organizers must have needed to ask a lot of people for help.
歩き回って汗ばんだので、少し木陰で涼んで休もうかなって。ちょっとお腹も空いたなって思ってたので、ドーナツすごく嬉しいです。
She smiles at Mana again.
そう？よかったらもっと食べる？あ、いえいえ、一つで十分ですよ。
Mana is already rummaging in her bag again, but Kyoko shakes her head flustered.
そう、朝食なのね。
I guess most people have a tiny appetite compared to Mana. I think it's more that you have a huge appetite, Mana. From what I could tell by looking around the classroom during lunch, Mana is the biggest eater of all the girls by far.
もしかしてお兄ちゃんは食が細い子の方が好みなのかしら。
No, not particularly.
私そろそろ行きますね。これ以上2人のお邪魔をするのもなんですし。
Kyoko starts backing away from us, smiling nervously.
あら、別に邪魔だなんて思っていないわよ。
I agree. If anything, we're bothering you by dragging you out here into the sun.
そんなことは。
Kyoko, if you're okay with it, why don't we all have lunch together under the tree? I glance at Mana, who nods in agreement.
そうね、せっかく会ったんだし。実はおにぎりもちょっと買いすぎたから少し食べてもらえるとありがたいのよね。
わかりました。じゃあお言葉に甘えて。
I really like her character, so polite. She uses the politer versions of the stuff you say. We head back to the tree and sit down. I start on an onigiri, as does Kyoko. But Mana. Of course, donuts too. Mana picks up a donut with both hands and starts munching on it, a blissful smile on her face. Her eating is dainty and cute, while also somehow being incredibly fast. The amount of the donuts seem to shrink before our very eyes.
すごい。
By the way, I don't think we had any special CG so far in this dev upload, so I might as well use this. Kyoko looks and beyond impressed, even staggered, as she watches Mana eat. Yeah, Mana is already on her third donut, yet she still hasn't stopped to take a sip of water. She just silently continues to chew her way through the donuts.
いつ食べても同じ美味しさって素敵ね。
I think they're delicious too. Though I don't think I could eat as many of them in a sitting. I mean, donuts are desserts or maybe snacks, not a meal. Don't you get tired of eating nothing but donuts?
全然いくらでも食べられる気がするわ。
たくさん食べられるって羨ましいです。
Kyoko sighs, still nibbling on her first onigiri.
遠慮しないで。食べたいならもっと食べていいのよ。余ったらいくつか持って帰ろうかと思っていたくらいだし。
いえ、そういう意味ではなくて。
Mana looks at Kyoko curiously while reaching for her next donut.
普通マナちゃんみたいにたくさん、しかもドーナツみたいな甘いものを食べたらすぐ太っちゃうと思うんですよ。ブクブクと。
Yeah, I guess they probably would. I often hear that eating a lot of sweet foods make you fat.
でもマナちゃんは全然そんなことないじゃないですか。
Following Kyoko's gaze, I inspect Mana's figure. She's certainly well endowed in the chest and hips, but I wouldn't say she's fat. If anything, her body structure seems more slender and stout. And I don't think this really changed since she left the village either.
考えたこともなかったわ。
She has like extremely strong metabolism, I guess. I mean, there's also the fact that she's constantly cold, so maybe that also helps with the metabolism thing. She's probably just that way genetically, I guess.
持って生まれた才能なんですね。やっぱり羨ましいです。
I see the envy in Kyoko's eyes as she continues to look at Mana's body while eating her onigiri. But there are probably people out there who want to get fat when they eat a lot. Right?
例えば
Sumo wrestlers?
女の子は相撲取りになったりしませんよ。
Kyoko finally finishes her onigiri and wraps the donut Mana gave her before we sat down.
でもやっぱりメインの食事の後の甘いものすごく美味しい。罪の味なのかな。
Kyoko has an oddly philosophical look on her face.
これってコンビニで普通に売られてるドーナツですよね。
Ah,
レベル高いなあ。ただ甘いだけじゃなくてふわっとしてて食感もいいし。そうね。でも京子が作ったドーナツには及ばないわ。
the donuts Kyoko made for Mana that one time were indeed very delicious. They were so good that Mana tried to hog the whole plate for herself, as I recall.
よかったらまた今度作ってくれないかしら。ちょっと癖になるような美味しさだったのよね。はい、マナちゃんが望むならいつでも何個でも。
Kyoko nods happily, over and over again.
いい心がけね。やっぱり私の専属ドーナツ職人にならない？
Watching them talk like this, I could see that Mana has become close not just with Kokoro, but also Kyoko too. That's even more difficult, since Kokoro easily makes friends with everyone, while Kyoko is practically the opposite. I'm kind of moved.
どうしたの？
No, nothing. I was just thinking that you look like you're having a lot of fun.
当然でしょ。
Her smile broadens.
デートして美味しいドーナツを食べてもっと美味しいドーナツを京子に作ってもらう約束までしてマナちゃんご機嫌のフルコースですね。今日はいい夢見られそうだわ。
I'm glad I invited you out today. We had a few happy surprises today, like meeting the art club at school and Kyoko here in the park. And it's lucky that we did, considering that I left the house without any plans. Still, if I hadn't initially asked Mana out on this date, none of these things would have happened.
ちなみに差し支えなければちょっとお伺いしたいんですけど、
What is it?
どこでデートしてたんですか？ここに来る前は。学園よ。
Before I can answer, Mana tells her.
学園ですか？
Kyoko is taken aback. Maybe she thinks it's a strange choice for a date. Yes, Mana likes the view from the courtyard, so we thought we'd go there first.
ああ、雰囲気いいですよね。うちの中庭は。休日なら人も少ないだろうし、確かに穴場スポットかも。
When we got there, some members of the art club were drawing pictures near the front gate. Mana seemed interested, so we asked that we could borrow some art supplies. And then Mana ended up drawing this for me. I take out Mana's drawing and hand it to Kyoko. After seeing it, Kyoko freezes with a slight frown on her face.
なんというか、すごい迫力がありますね。おどろおどろしいというか、力強くて荒々しいタッチ。これをマナちゃんが？
Interesting discussion. The strokes are very powerful and primal. Jesus Christ. Yup. Who do you think it is?
誰？ということは、もしかして人物がですか？てっきり伝説の妖怪とかそういう、いえ、なんでもないです。
Kyoko's words trail off when she notices Mana looking at her wordlessly.
誰の絵かわかる？
She looks back at the drawing with a very serious look on her face. Well, honestly, I wouldn't feel very happy about it if she had guessed correctly right away.
誠くんじゃないですか？
Could it be that there's actually something about this drawing that makes it look like me? Wait, sorry.
すごいわ。よくわかったわね。自分で言うのもなんだけど。
Mana stares at Kyoko in amazement. How did you know? What about it looks like me? I take another look at the drawing. No, I still have no idea. As far as I can tell, there's absolutely nothing about this drawing that remotely has any connection to me.
絵を見てじゃなくて、 状況からの推理で
Kyoko smiles sheepishly.
マナちゃんが誰かを書くならやっぱり誠くんしかいないかなって。
I see. When she puts it that way, it all makes sense. I'm sorry, Mana, but honestly, I'm pretty happy to hear that I don't look like your portrait.
でも本当にインパクトがあってすごいですよね。目を引く絵なのは間違いないですし。
That's true, I suppose. Leaving aside whether it looks like me, it's certainly not a boring piece of art. You can feel the heat of Mana's passion just by looking at it.
クールなマナちゃんがこういう絵を描くっていうのもなんだか意外性があって可愛いと思います。ドーナツを作ってもらうお礼代わりに京子の絵も描いてみましょうか。いえ、それは私もうそろそろ行きますね。
I like how she decided to just run away. Kyoko smiles awkwardly and stands up, dusting off her dress. You're leaving already? Why not stay a while and rest with us since you just ate?
いえ、大して食べてませんし戻ったらまたちょっとやることもあるので。
Oh. If that's the case, I shouldn't try to force her to stay.
誠くんたちはどうぞごゆっくり。マナちゃん、ドーナツは近いうちに作りますから。期待しているわ。
Mana smiles at her.
ごちそうさまでした。それでは。
She bows to us and then walks away. Mana watches her go with a gentle expression on her face. Mana, you've become pretty close to Kyoko too, haven't you?
そうね。でも、
She thinks for a moment. Demo?
京子の方も私に馴染んできているということだと思うわ。
Ah. I see. Apparently Mana has the same impression as I do.
あの卑屈っぽい感じもだいぶ薄れてきたし、いい傾向じゃないかしら。だから私の方も自然と。ね。
I see. She must be happy for Kyoko since she called her recent change an improvement. Of course, I'm sure that Mana's heart is still more in the village than here. But I'm happy to see that she started to care more about the people here in town as well.
ごちそうさま。
She looks satisfied as she finishes eating. She really finished all the donuts except the one she gave to Kyoko. Incredible. She wipes her mouth with her handkerchief, looking pleased with herself.
この後はどうする？
Good question. Is there anywhere you'd like to go? Pretty much the only places I know around here are the lake, the byoin, gakko, and the shopping district. Of course, we can't just hang out in the hospital, and we were just at the school earlier. We don't need to buy anything at the shopping district either. I suppose we don't have to keep going to new places, and we could always spend time just walking around town, but...
そうね。それならもう少しここでのんびりしていたいわ。
Okay. Kyoko told us to take our time, too. So we might as well. Mana slides over and snuggles up next to me.
しばらくこのままでいて。
Sure. I want to stay like this for a while, too.
本当に落ち着くわ。誠とこうしてくっついている時間が私一番好き。
She takes my hand in hers, then chuckles.
裸でないのがちょっと残念だけど、この間もいいところでやめてしまったし。
But we're in the middle of the parks. We can't.
わかってる。いいわ。今はこれで。
She rests her head on my shoulder and quietly closes her eyes. After our date, Mana and I returned to the Kisuden to work the afternoon shift. It wasn't a long shift, but there were a lot of customers, so I think Azuki-san was grateful for our help. Today, Mana didn't just sit and read manga like she used to. She stood in as a waitress, serving food to customers. And there was a reason she was happy enough to offer to do that.
ねえ、誠、
Nani?
最後にキスして。
We were just outside the Kisuden, so I did hesitate, of course. But I didn't see anyone around, so I briefly leaned in and kissed her on the lips. Apparently, she was half choking, so she knew we shouldn't be seen kissing in public. So when I did as she asked, even though she didn't use her kotodama, she was surprised and very happy and wrapped me in a hug. I think it's fair to say that our date today was a resounding success. I hope Mana can continue to enjoy her life here more and more like she did today. It's pretty late. I've been flipping through the magazine I borrowed from Azuki-san after dinner, and before I know it, bedtime has arrived. When you take a day off, time really flies by. I usually stay up a bit later than this, but I decided to go to bed early today so I can be well rested tomorrow. I met Mana in the hallway earlier, on her way back from taking a bath, and she said she was going to sleep early too. I hope she has sweet dreams tonight. Just as I'm about to turn off the lights and get into the bed, I hear a hesitant knock on my door. Who could that be? Maybe Azuki-san? Hi, I'm still awake.
遅くにごめんね、兄さん。入ってもいい？
It's Kokoro. Of course, come right in. She quietly opens the door and slips into the room. From her expression, she seems to have something to say. What's up? Do you need something?
と、
Oh, she's blushing.
その
You just know. She looks at her feet and fidgets in place. Looking more closely, I see her cheeks are fairly red. Red enough to say she's blushing. But why?
あのね、私見ちゃったんだ、さっき。
Oh. So what?
兄さんとマナちゃんがキスしてるの。
And she's like, it's been a while since we kissed. I thought nobody was around, but Kokoro must have seen us from inside. It was careless of me to only check the street, not inside the Kisuden.
ごめんね、わざとじゃないの、たまたま。水をまこうと思って出ようとしたら見えちゃっただけで。
She speaks quickly, looking flustered. Did you come just to apologize for that? You don't need to worry about it. It's fine. She obviously didn't do anything wrong. It was my fault doing something like that in public where Mana and I could be seen. Well, in a way, I'm glad Kokoro was the one who saw us. If it had been Koichi or someone like that, the whole school could have been abuzz with rumors tomorrow. If that happened, I could deal with it using my kotodama, but it would be a big pain, I'm sure.
そうしようとしたよ。
She brings her face up and looks me in the eyes. There's a mixture of confusion, sadness, and embarrassment in her eyes.
見なかったことにしよう。忘れようと思ったの。
I have a feeling this is gonna be an HD.
でも、できなかった。
Kokoro! Kokoro grabs me in a tight embrace, practically clinging to me. Well, just after a date with Mana, we're gonna get something from Kokoro. What the hell? Siblings, huh?
兄さんのキス見たら、胸の奥がキューってなって切なくて、頭の中がそういう気持ちでいっぱいになっちゃうの。
Kokoro. Not sure what to say in response. I just gently place my hand on Kokoro's shoulder instead. I can feel her slender, delicate body trembling slightly. I don't have any CGs right now, so we'll make do with this. Maybe.
お風呂に入ったら治るかなって思ってたんだけど、
全然ダメで。こんなの初めてで。どうしたらいいのかわかんない。
Wait, huh? But you had sex with him twice already, and
きっと、このままじゃ眠れないよ、私。だから、やっぱダメ。言えないよ。
Kokoro's voice gets weaker as she trails off. If you have something to say, just say it.
兄さんに抱かれたいの。
Alright, we're so back. After Kokoro says this and gazes at me with an imploring look in her eyes, I can't shake her off me.
言っちゃった。
Kokoro murmurs, then looks at my face with a troubled expression.
私、
That's fine. I'm the one who told you to say it out loud.
そうなんだけど。でもそうじゃないっていうか。
Kokoro is struggling with a clash between her inner desires and her sense of reason. And the primary cause of her angst is my kotodama. To be sure, part of me is feeling happy about the idea of making love to Kokoro, but more importantly, it's my responsibility to take on the frustration she can't suppress any longer. Even so, Kokoro turning out to be the kind of girl who'd get sexually aroused by her Nissan was a complete miscalculation on my part. You're fine, Kokoro. You're the one settling for me, not the other way around.
兄さん。
Come here, Kokoro. I kiss Kokoro, who still looks apprehensive. Yet, once she accepts my first kiss, her uneasy expression melts away. You're a naughty mother, aren't you, Kokoro?
兄さんがいけないんだもん。
When our lips separate, Kokoro gazes at me with upturned eyes, her face beat red. Yup, I'm at fault. Slowly, I bring Kokoro into a tight embrace. Her body is burning hot.
兄さん、
She seems to react somewhat happily to what I said.
兄さん。
Kokoro follows suit and presses her body to mine. In my ear, I can hear her sultry breathing.
兄さん、エッチ。
I guess I don't need to hold back anymore. As I massage Kokoro's chest over her shirt, she lets a sweet sigh spill from her lips. I know you want to feel horny, Kokoro. So that's what I'm helping you with.
そう。だから、もっと、いやらしくも。兄さんが、おっぱい揉んでるよ。
When I rub Kokoro's breasts more vigorously, I can feel them grow softer through the fabric of her t-shirt since she's not wearing a bra.
兄さんにされたら、もう、どんどん、お腹の中が熱くなってきちゃう。
Does it feel good?
気持ちいい。あと、もっと、チューしたい。
Alright. As she lets me caress her breast with both my hands, Kokoro innocently entwines her tongue with mine. As if a dam inside her has burst, Kokoro's passion grows feverish. Every time she murmurs the word Nissan, her eyes waver unsteadily as if they're about to overflow with emotion. So nice. Soft.
本当恥ずかしいけど兄さんが気持ちいいならもっとしていいよ。そんなにしたら
Can I?
いいの。兄さんなら何をしてもいいの。
Kokoro surrenders herself to my caresses and continues to moan entranced.
乳首先っぽがキュンってしちゃうよ。なんだかふわふわしちゃう。心臓ドキドキすごいよ。
Even through her clothes, I can tell where her nipples are. I pinch them, then rub them with my fingertips.
気持ちいいよ。
Her stem and nipples are sticking straight out, beckoning me.
ダメ、乳首そんなにしちゃ恥ずかしい。もうね、そんな先っぽばかりしちゃ。兄さん、そんなプニプニ。
Kokoro's body shudders violently, and she gazes at me with her eyes glossed over. Seems like playing with her chest is enough to turn her on. How about I use your breast to help me feel even better?
いいよ。どうすればいいの？兄さん。
A little mischievous enters her childish expression, and upon hearing my words, Kokoro joyfully wipes away her tears and leans against me. I plant a quick kiss on Kokoro's lips.
兄さん。
What's up?
その今の
Yeah?
関節おちんちんだったけどいいのかな。
Since she's mentioning it, I guess that means I did blow a pretty big load. Well, I can't exactly deny it either. Yeah, I guess. All because you worked so hard to make me feel so good. Giving out and explaining myself, I kiss Kokoro again.
兄さん。はい。じゃあ今度は私を気持ちよくして。
Got it. I'm itching to put it inside you anyway. In response to my words, Kokoro steals a peek down my crotch.
本当だ。もうカチカチだね。おちんちん。
After checking to see that my penis has regained its earlier hardness to the point where it's bending backward, Kokoro's face turns bright red. At the same time, she gazes at me with a look that betrays a little anticipation.
兄さん。本当にこんな格好でするの？
Yeah? Is it a no-go? I think I'll be able to go in as deep as possible if we're in this position.
そうなんだ。じゃあ優しくしてね。
Yep. Okay. I'm putting it back.
大好き。
Kokoro absently murmurs these last words. Then she says nothing more. Chapter 5. I'm gonna end maybe in 10 to 20 minutes. My eyes open on their own, very naturally. I stifle a yawn as I sit up, but I don't feel drowsy. My mind is clear and refreshed. For the last few days, I slept very well, untormented by any bad dreams. And just in case, I loosened the front of my yukata and peeked down at my chest, but I'm not sweaty at all. It's a great morning to wake up to, and it's all because of one thing. I softly traced my lips with a finger. Man, oh man, considering, oh no. I know that this is a setup for something like that. I feel the sensation of our kiss still lingering there. Makoto has been so nice to me recently. I'm sure it's partly because I've encouraged him to be that way. But when I'm with him, I can tell that it's really of his own accord that he's treating me so well. Just thinking about it brings a smile to my face. Yes, recently I've been able to spend more time with him than before. If I include the time we spent sitting in class, we're together even more than we used to be back in the village. I'm glad. Being with Makoto makes me very happy. He and I are like two wings of a bird, each meaningless without the other. I've come to realize that even more after he disappeared from the village, and I followed him here. Now that I'm living on the outside world, I find there are more good things about it than I had thought. I think I've come to understand to an extent what has always drawn Makoto to it. There are many attractive things in this town that I didn't have in the village. More than I could ever count. Interesting books, delicious food, convenient useful tools, and friends my own age like Kyoko. These are things I could have never experienced as long as I stayed in the village.
不思議なものね。
There, I never felt like I was missing anything. I had barely ever thought about wanting to leave like Makoto always had. I wasn't completely uninterested in the outside world, but I always regarded it as something irrelevant to me in my life. I wouldn't mind if I never saw it in my whole life, nor would I feel disappointed. That's how I felt at the time. I was born in the village, grew up in the village, and one day I'll bear and raise Makoto's children in the village, and eventually die in the village. Oh man. Jesus fucking Christ. That's the life I always assumed I would lead. And I still think I will, even now. I still do think that, but it's true that I enjoy life here in this town more than I ever expected I would. When I first arrived, I was determined to force Makoto to return with me to the village, even if I had to use my kotodama. But on the night I found him here, the look in his eyes changed my mind. It was the first time he had pleaded with me with such conviction in his eyes. He really seemed happy even though he was on the brink of death. And so, despite myself, a kind of envy grew in me. I started to wish I could experience the same things he was experiencing. That night, when Makoto finally closed his eyes to sleep, he looked truly at peace. So while I envied him, at the same time I felt a great relief. Makoto's happiness was always my greatest wish, and Nozomi's. Of course, if he had died out, it all would have been for nothing. Because his kotodama power was relatively weak, he managed to avoid killing himself, but that just means he was lucky. From now on, I had to make sure nothing like that ever happens again. I slowly get out of bed, being careful not to make too much noise. I don't want to wake Kokoro. Here we go. I look at Kokoro's bed, where she should be sleeping, but she's nowhere to be seen.
もう起きたのかしら。
Oh man, oh man, okay. And so, that's incredibly early for her. I went to bed before her last night.
私が寝過ごしたの？
I quickly look at the clock and breathe a sigh of relief. In fact, I woken up a little earlier than I usually do, which means... Wait. Was it automatically doing that? Oh, sorry. I probably pressed something that made it go automatic mode for some reason. In fact, I woke up a little earlier than I usually do, which means that Kokoro really did wake up abnormally early today. But in the back of my mind, I have a strange feeling that something is wrong. I quickly leave the room, apprehension in my heart. I'm ready for the shit. My fears are perfectly confirmed. Kokoro is fast asleep, splayed out in Makoto's bed. It's all too clear what happened here last night. I don't see Makoto, but I hear some sounds downstairs, so he must have gone to make breakfast. Ah, shit. I feel my heart quickly grow cold. I look down at Kokoro speaking peacefully on the bed, and I open my mouth to speak.
心。
She doesn't wake up at the sound of her name, but she frowns and moves her body, indicating that my voice is reaching her ears.
私の質問に答えなさい。
Oh, shit. I'm ready for the shit, man. This morning is quieter than usual. Alone in the kitchen and preparing our breakfast and lunch. I stretch, still a little tired from last night's activities. I'm probably responsible for having fully awakened Kokoro's sexual desire over the past few weeks. This may have been a careless thing to do, though, considering that I'm also making her believe that I'm her brother. But looking at her happy face as she lay sleeping next to me this morning, I knew that responding to her desire wasn't a mistake. Oh, shit, man. That should do about it. That should about do it. The food is ready now. I'll pack some of it into our obento and keep the rest aside for breakfast. I've gotten faster preparing food in the morning, which is good, but I think I was a little too fast today. By the time everyone comes down, our breakfast will be cold and I had to reheat it. It's hard to get the timing right. Oh no. As I turn around to take an empty lunch obento down for the shelf, I come to face with Mana. I didn't notice her approaching. How long has she been here? Oh, hey, you're early today. Asako is almost ready. I think everyone else is still asleep. But do you want to have yours first while it's still warm? I greet her as usual, but today she doesn't answer. She just looks at me with an indescribable non-expression in her face. Ugh. Mana, what's wrong? Something seems off. She was in a good mood yesterday, too. Did she have a nightmare last night or something?
心から聞いたわ。誠。ゆうべ、心を抱いたのね。
The music stops. Here we go. She speaks coldly, but without raising her voice or shouting. It sounds like she's really just asking me a question. She must have used her kotodama to learn the truth from Kokoro. Ah. It's impossible for me to hide anything from Mana, so I answer honestly. Well, I did think we might be found out since Kokoro was sleeping in my bed. But she was sleeping so peacefully that I couldn't bear to wake her up and make her go back to her room.
なぜ？
She wanted me. She seemed overwhelmed by the feelings in her body and mind, and I wanted to do what I could. I'm not saying it's her fault that we slept together. I'm the one who did it in the end.
そう。
Mana exhales deeply. Then she looks at me again.
誠はあの子を、心をどうするつもりなの？恋人にして、いずれめとる気なのかしら？
Oh, imagine your morning thoughts about having a family with the guy and then fuck. No, not really. How could I? I don't even know how long I can stay here. How long this artificial family relationship will hold together.
そう。そこはまだまともなのね。でも、それならなおさらよ。どうして抱いたの？
She looked like she didn't know what to do herself. I could have just let her be like that.
そんなもの言霊で、どうとでもなるでしょ。
That's what she's saying isn't wrong. If instead of sleeping with Kokoro, I use my kotodama to calm her down, make her forget what she saw between me and Mana. But I didn't want to choose that option. I do think it was selfish of me too. I choose my words carefully. My kotodama is already making her believe that I am her brother. I don't want to control her mind even more. I know we're not really related, but for the time being, I'd like to treat her right. What what do you mean, brother, and then you have sex?
それも例の、笑顔を守る約束だと。
Alright, here we go. This is one of those. She shakes her head slightly in disbelief. はい。
あなたは間違っているわ、誠。本当は、自分でもわかっているのでしょう。
She narrows her eyes as she continues.
ここの人間に、あなたは情を移しすぎる。私も今は、その気持ちが多少わからないではない。でも、やっぱりそれは、神のあり方として、間違っている。
She speaks calmly, but her words carry an undeniable force as they pierce through me.
人の思いに、ずっと答え続けることなんてできやしない。いずれ去るときには、必ず言霊で心をねじ曲げることになる。
はい。She's right about that too. All I'm doing is delaying the inevitable, postponing what I must do one day.
あなたのしていることは、人間にしてみれば、偽善のはず。一時だけの希望を、いたずらに与える神の傲慢だわ。きちんとそう自覚した上でやっているのなら、私は別に構わないけれどね。
I don't have anything to say for myself. She's perfectly identified the contradictions that I've been living with.
誠。私はね、あなたのことが心配なの。あまり入れ込みすぎると、別れが辛くなるだけよ。
Her tone softens a little as she tries to reason with me.
所詮、神は神。人は人。世界が交差することはあっても、決して一つに重なることはない。
I know, but still at least during the time I'm here,
あまり小さな子供のように、ダダをこねないでちょうだい。
Man,
黙りなさい。
my mouth is forced closed by her kotodama. I can feel the strength of her will in her words. I'm surprised that by what she's saying and doing, but at the same time, I know she's justified. This conversation was a long time coming. It just happens that today is the day it's occurring.
そうやって、人間に情を移しすぎて、一度あなたは死にかけた。とても危険な兆候だわ。私としては、看過できない。
Her fingers touch my cheek, tracing it down to my chin.
本当なら、今すぐここで、里へ戻れと命じたい気分よ。でも、それはしない。誠自身に、考えてほしいから。
Her voice is gentle now as she leans in to kiss me.
あなたには、私だけ。私には、あなただけ。ずっとそうだったし、これからもそう。でも、ここは少し雑音が多すぎるから、思い出させてあげる。
She takes one step back from me and closes her eyes.
我は我がことも一言、世ごとも一言、言い放つ神。
She's concentrating hard, preparing to speak a powerful kotodama. But what on earth could it be?
私以外の人間の姿は、見えなくていい。
Oh my god.
私以外の人間の言葉は、聞こえなくていい。誠の世界は、私と二人だけ。
I mean, I kind of understand where she's coming from, but at the same time, it's so cold. That's the first thought that comes into my mind. An instant later, I see it. Shiro no Yuki, appearing out of thin air, lowering to the ground. I never seen it this clearly before. This must be proof of how much of her power she just used.
見えるのね。私の雪が。
She sees what I'm looking at and narrows her eyes in satisfaction. I still can't speak, so I simply nod.
喋っていい。ただし、言霊を使うことはできない。
One more kotodama flows into me. My lips regain their ability to move. Don't do this, Mana. I've been forbidden to use my kotodama to give Mana other orders. So all I can do is ask. A kotodama this strong will put the strain on your body. The stronger the kotodama, the more one's life force it consumes. Bro, you know you're the real cause of this, right?
もちろん、わかってる。私はそれでも構わないわ。
And to be honest, the mere fact that this is what she decided to do with her kotodama, man. It really could have gone worse, man. She looks at me coolly.
誠、あなたは少し、こちらの世界にかぶれすぎた。多少荒領事ではあるけれど、こうでもしないと、冷静になれないでしょ。
Mana. Her voice is as quiet as ever, but utterly implacable.
私のことは、抱かなかったくせに。心のことは抱くなんてね。
Yeah, actually, that's a far word. Yeah. I mean, let alone. I mean, the first. Okay, you know what? No, you know what? Never mind. There's no defending his actions. Why am I even trying? There's nothing. I mean, the first time around, fine, whatever. I don't know. He just gave in to us or whatever the fuck. But like, second time and third time around, Mana's already here, and especially especially the one before that, because you know he was spending his whole day with. You know what? Fuck it. Never mind. You know what? Let's continue. I don't. Let's just read.
悲しかったわ。刃物を突き立てられたように。胸が痛んだのよ。
As she looks into my eyes, her gaze shows not anger but sadness. Mana, I'm sorry.
謝らないで。
She puts a finger to my lips and smiles.
言葉だけの謝罪なんて聞きたくないわ。あなたは心を抱くという行動で自分の考えを示した。しかも、未だ後悔はしていない。そうでしょう。
She sees right through me. It's probably impossible to convince her now.
反省は態度で示してちょうだい。そして、それが私が認めるに足るものになったら、その時、言霊を解除してあげるわ。
She turns on her heel and starts to walk away. Mana, mate!
触らないで。
I reflexively tried to grab her arm, but her kotodama stopped me before I could reach her.
しばらく、お互い一人になって、よく考えましょう。
And with that,
私たちの関係。その原点を。
she's gone, leaving me alone in the kitchen. Should I chase after her and try to argue with her? If I do that, it's clear that we'll just repeat the same conversation again. Mana said we should spend some time alone thinking. The fact that she chose this path instead of just forcing me to go back to the village shows the depth of her feelings toward me. Honestly, yes. Honestly, this really could have gone so much worse in so many ways. It might be too late now, but I need to engage with those feelings sincerely. It's time to face this head on. The first step is to understand my situation. I search throughout the house. I can't find Kokoro or Azuki-san anywhere. I'm pretty sure they're still here, but it's like he's forced to see the world, unable to see them. But they're still there. No, I'm sure they are there. I just can't see them. Of course, I expected this based on how Mana phrased her kotodama. But that doesn't dampen the impact. My lack of surprise actually makes the feeling even worse. I knew how powerful her kotodama could be, but this is demonstrating it to me all over again. I tried going outside, though I know what to expect here too. At this time of morning, There are usually people walking by on their way to work or school. But today, there's not a soul in sight. I can hear the sound of the wind and the chirping of birds in the trees, but not a single human voice. It's eerily calm. As fruit that Mana's Kotodama is working perfectly. The town befits town people. The utter silence is almost beautiful. It's almost like I've entered another world. But it feels all more bizarre because the landscape is so familiar.
あまり不用意にうろうろしない方がいいと思うわよ。
I hear Mana's cold voice from behind me.
あなたには見えないだけで、向こうからはあなたが見えるのだから、異常な行動をする人間がいる。と、いぶかしまれる可能性が高いわよ。
What about Kokoro and Azuki-san? Could they see me just now when I was looking for them in the house?
いいえ、
I turn around to see that she's slowly shaking her head.
あの二人にも、誠を認識できないようにしておいたわ。
Okay. She made it so convenient.
今頃、どこへ行ったのかしら、と思っているでしょ。
Oh no.
でも、誠には関係ないことよ。気にしているうちは、絶対に解いてあげない。
She looks at me with what seems like pity in her eyes.
誠は私だけを見て。私のことだけを考えてくれればいいの。あなたは、外の世界という、歌方の夢にとらわれすぎている。少し頭を冷やして、目を覚ましなさい。
She speaks softly, but with great determination. I return to my room. Mana returned to her own room as well to rest. The Kotodama took enough of her that she said she won't go to school today. She was right about it being dangerous for me to go outside while I'm unable to sense other people. I could bump into someone and hurt myself, or in the worst case, I could even get hit by a car and die. Mana didn't go around and speak Kotodama to everyone in town, of course, so everyone but Kokoro and Azuki-san can still see me. So if I move slowly and carefully, I might be able to rely on other people to get out of my way. But there's no point in going anywhere right now anyway. Even if I went to school, I won't be able to hear my teacher or classmates talking to me. I wouldn't even be able to see the fuzz and no doubt cause. I'm completely at a loss for what to do. As I sit down and stare up at the ceiling, the groan escapes my lips. This is not great. In fact, I've gotten myself into quite a bind. My body's not physically restrained, but practically speaking, I'm unable to do almost anything. But it's all my fault, after all. I look out the window and see the blue sky, getting brighter as the sun rises higher. At this time of day, I usually already left the house. I'm sure Kokoro has left for school too, though my mind wasn't able to perceive it happen. Mana must have told her something to satisfy her about my absence. She probably also told Kokoro to spread whatever she said to my classmates and teacher as well. But Mana still hasn't forced me to return to the village. That means she's still waiting to give me some time, I think.
誠、あなたは少し、こちらの世界にかぶれすぎた。私自身もね。あなたは、外の世界という、歌方の夢にとらわれすぎている。
I think the way she said too is important. I mean, she's not totally denying everything about the outside world. But there's one thing in particular.
私のことは抱かなかったくせに悲しかったわ。刃物を突き立てられたように胸が痛んだのよ。
What she's really questioning me now is my priorities. When I left the village, I had resolved to leave her behind. I do like her, and had plenty of regrets about leaving her behind. But my desire to leave the village stood above all. I was fully prepared to never see her again, and that's what fate demanded. But she followed me and is now here with me. That means is that, unlike me, she was never prepared to accept being apart from me. Of course, I'm finally realizing it all too late. I'm finally realizing just how much Mana truly cares for me. I mean, even if she didn't, the timing of things, for all these years, when I didn't, I mean, not just timing of things, but also being so unclear about so many things. For all these years, when I didn't even know the true nature of Kotodama, or that I was only still alive thanks to my mother's sacrifice, she always stuck by me, no matter how I troubled her with my unreasonable whims that have only become more unreasonable of late. Maybe her teasing attitude toward me was born out of a desire to pay me back for all that. No, I'm sure most of that is just her natural personality. Tonikaku. She's always been dead serious about my relationship, and yet, even since I came here, I've been blowing her off. Of course she'd be hurt. I think I underestimate the depth of her feelings for me. I still don't regret sleeping with Coco. This guy. Whatever, man. But I do think I could have been more considerate of Mana's feelings. In the first place, if I had been firm in my convictions, maybe I should have rejected her as soon as she arrived in town. I had resolved to leave Mana behind in the village, so why was I now letting her back into my life? She loved me enough to follow me all the way here, and I accepted the love too lightly, out of pure convenience. I saw that she was still willing to forgive me for my transgressions, and I took that for granted. I seen that in the end she would always accept whatever I did, no matter how much she might have seemed to sulk or pout about. So you basically realized you were an asshole. Those kinds of thoughts had started to lodge themselves in my mind at some point, and Mana could see right through them. Right, I'm a real piece of shit if I do say so myself. And despite all of that, even now, she's still giving me a chance. No, seriously, man. Mana is like blaming all my mistakes not on me, but on the influence of the outside world. And even speaking on Kotodama, so powerful it could put her own life in danger just to try to set me straight. But even now, I've realized all that. It's strange, but I don't feel all that different from before. I'm neither panicked nor depressed at the new situation Mana has placed me in. I was able to comprehend all the things I just thought about. Just as Mana said, it's important for me to think them over carefully. If I were to put into words what I've realized about my own actions and about Mana's feelings for me, I think those words would be accurate. My words would probably be well suited to describe what a normal person would likely feel were they were to be put into the same circumstances. But they would still be nothing more than words. My heart, my feelings, haven't yet accepted these things in my mind has realized. And the reason is that even now, I still trust Mana. I trust her. And once I say it out loud, I'm even more sure. I didn't speak of Kotodama, but my own words still reverberate in my chest and reach my heart. I know that I trust her. It's obvious if I think about what would happen if her situations were reversed. If Mana had found something so precious to her that she was willing to give up her life for it, and was on the brink of death, I know I would have saved her without a thought. I'd do so even if that meant losing my own life. So after I save her, I wouldn't think she owed me her remaining life in return. Even if I was being yanked around by her crazy whims, I wouldn't feel even the slightest anger toward her. I wouldn't want anything from her in return for saving her. I wouldn't regret saving her either. To me, not saving Mana in such a situation would be unthinkable. The words arigato or even a simple, grateful smile would be enough for me. That's all I would need. And I'm sure that she feels the same way about me. That's why even now, in this extreme situation, I can remain calm. Because Mana is Mana. Mana. And so, yes. I see. And this situation may have been created by a very strong Kotodama, but it's not a show of force at all. It's a request. That night when I lay dying on the lake shore, I made a request of her too. I wanted her to let me live out here for just a little longer. Here I learned to smile, and Mana was happy for me too.
誠は私だけを見て、私のことだけを考えてくれればいいの。
That in turn is her request to me. Until now, I never realized exactly how she felt, even though she was doing her best to help me all the time. So all I can do now is do my best to try to help her. and wait for her to realize how I now feel, just like she waited for me. Yes. In any case, my own feelings are now settled. I don't know how long it will take for Mana to understand that, if she ever will. But regardless of that, I'll do it because I know needs to be done, and not for any other reason. I think that's important. I wonder if this is a part of gaining what Hotaru would call a color. I think back to what Hotaru told me that day. Imagine all this time. Mana straight up told him, just think about her. Now he's thinking about Hotaru now. Anyway, I don't know whether this is a good thing or a bad thing. However, it's clear to me that it's what I need right now. I thought you were supposed to think about just her. But now he was thinking about Hotaru. Wait, I know this is a very awkward time to end the recording, but I really need to sleep. It's already 12 something. And we're in the middle of something. I can't afford to not have sleep tonight, so I'm also going to have to cut a couple of scenes as well. Anyway, this is just something to look forward to tomorrow. Fucking hell, man. Anyway, I hope you guys are watching, and I'll see you guys on the next upload. Ciao.
ます。
1999年の7月終わらないんだよ。20日に世界が終わる。いい？今から飛ぶのよ。力を取り戻すために、世界を救うために。20日に世界が終わる。突然なんてありません。やっていていいのでしょうか。世界が生まれた時から定められたことなのです。
聞くがよい。世界は20日で動くものどもよ。これは紛れもない真実だ。
全てを知り、そして全てを知らない間宮君が
昨日はしゃぎすぎた皆さん、レスキュー開始。モーニングレスキュー、モーニングレスキュー、モーニング。
辛いやつを救え、ウコンの力、モーニングレスキュー。
補充しよう。